Welcome to Stay Plugged In's coverage of the Sprite Chill Radiant Rumble, presented by the limited edition flavor Sprite Chill Cherry Lime. My name is Bearlight, joined here by Hail Monkey Man. It's time to beat this heat with some Sprite Chill here today and some of the best Valorant that you'll see around at the high school level or maybe even period. Hail Monkey Man, how you doing today?
You know what? The sun is very strong out in the sky, and that is why I'm indoors. And so is the rest of our competitors, as we get to have an awesome time seeing some great Valorant at the high school and more and level. And being able to be with you, Bear, it's always such a treat, as sweet as some Sprite Chill, as well as just being able to be seeing some awesome video games today.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that, Stay Plugged In, the premier recruiting platform for scholarships in esports, is around and teamed up with Sprite to really highlight the important role that gaming plays in advancing student opportunities. I mean, the path towards esports scholarships is more alive than it ever has been. It's been growing like crazy exponentially, and Stay Plugged In is one of those places where you can just literally, it's basically like social media for finding collegiate opportunities. You can message colleges on the platform itself. You can create a college interest list by just following the colleges also on the platform and really trying to find a way that you can find that right school. And one of the ways you can do that is being able to work with one of our Stay Plugged In recruiting specialists to create a personalized plan of action on how you're going to approach some of these colleges. So that way you can end up at a school that's right for you, because as you know, Hell Monkey Man, it's good to have a good team that you play well with. But for me, Hell Monkey Man, it's really across the board, and finding that right school is super important.
It's the sweet spot. It's just like any scholarly athlete, be it esports or traditional sports. You want to be able to find both a competitively capable group, but also having the right kind of academic excellence that will back it, because that is what is going to be what it's all about. You're going to be getting a degree, and you're going to be making sure that you do it with the right folks. So, of course, you want to be able to find the right program for you.
And again, that's staypluggedin.com, as you saw on your screen there previously. And it's not just the only thing that Stay Plugged In does, and that's already plenty in order to find those opportunities. But if you're a high school team as well, there's so many different opportunities, and sometimes it can be difficult to really boost your school and find a merch solution for you. And one of the ways that you can do that is through Emerge Apparel. Emerge Apparel really does recognize that owners and directors, they're dealing with all sorts of new issues every single day. And the last thing that they want to really think about is merchandising sometimes. But luckily, Emerge can take that burden of merchandising off your hands, and really, Emerge will work with any size company, in any size organization, high school program, and create a custom online storefront. They have on-demand printing and fulfillment, all while generating revenue for your org. That's right. With an Emerge storefront, teams of any size can earn 50% of the proceeds from every sale to put back into their program. That is huge. With a Booster Club storefront from Emerge, you never have to purchase and keep inventory, so you save some money. And in the process, you don't have to deal with the hassle of fulfilling orders either. So replace stress with revenue and visit emergeapparel.gg. Again, that is emergeapparel.gg, and start the process of creating your own custom team shop today. I know Matt from Emerge very well. He works personally with us at Stay Plugged In and has done an excellent job to create not only some cool looking stuff, but able to give you some money there in the process, Hail Monkey Man.
Yeah, it's a great quality design and, of course, product. And I remember back in high school, my mom, they had to be able to work with a lot of local people to be able to make so many of those awesome T-shirts, as well as making stuff for the Booster Club. So having a convenient, especially online way for everyone to be able to get those kind of products streamlines the process and quickly gets some of that needed funding for the program immediately in their pockets so they can do more for the students.
And now that Stay Plugged In has gotten you looking all sharp with your uniforms too, you need a place to wear it. And one place that you can do that is through Spin Labs as well. I'm telling you, Stay Plugged In is the solution across the board as far as really advancing your high school esports program. Just take a look at some examples from the labs that we've created. Not only is it just making your program look cool and interesting and really engage students, within the school itself, but really research has shown that it's really helped students stay interested in school, increasing their grades as well. So it really impacts the school as a whole. In addition to just looking cool, all that equipment that you see, the PCs, the monitors as well, Hell Monkey Man, all of those are going to be up to date, so you don't have to worry about maybe running on like Windows 98 and wondering, hey, why is Valorant not running? No, you don't have to worry about that, because we got that solution for you, Hell Monkey Man.
Yeah, it's so amazing. This really motivates a lot of the students, not only to go to school and have something that they are going to be able to compete in, but with their fellow students, be able to also be happy about their environment. And that just promotes more from within. Programs like this will really benefit from having the better technology. That way you have a nice standard for these students to be able to compete at that highest level, which really can inspire them to even go into that next section of their academic career.
Yeah, advancement is what we're all about. In fact, the lab that you see right in front of you, the glowing red, the eagle, is University High School, and they were able to really put together a scrimmage and kind of show you some of the details you're talking about, Hell Monkey Man, all through this video that we saw up at University High School. So check this out.
Today is the next step in the progress of building an esports program. We built our room. We are part of helping SMSA build their room, and today we're having our first in-person scrimmage. That excitement that had other sporting events, we're now going to get that. So it makes that connection for kids. Like, this becomes part of their home. They feel a connection to it. They want to be here.
All right, we got this. Okay, I'll go run. Okay, go up. Wait. Okay, run dead. Good all. All right, I got run.
The room is outstanding. We are so excited to have this esports room, the state-of-the-art equipment and technology to best support our learners have the best esports experience.
When you're here, you just have as much fun as possible. You build a family, to be honest.
All right, I got run. We have, I got Mercy. Wait, Hawks on 3. 1, 2, 3, Hawks! 1, 2, 3, Tigers!
And I got to talk with Sean Tomedy as well, that runs University High School just a little bit ago, and a couple of weeks ago, and he had just great things to say about how things in Hartford, Connecticut are growing, and how down the entirety of the East Coast, Stay Plugged In's been able to create these labs for everybody around to create that environment that we're looking for, the Hell Monkey Man.
Honestly, it's a big boon for students to be able to have not just the technology there, but also everyone to be able to just enjoy it. I mean, it creates a different vibe, a different energy, and of course, it provides at minimum a great standard for everyone to be able to compete. And you don't ever have to, worry or struggle. Do I have any XYZ items to be able to do what you're there to have for your events? You simply have that peace of mind. You can walk in and you can do what you're just trying to have at that highest level.
And, to take it to the next level too, you got to get that real-time experience. And the way that you can do that is through the Stay Plugged In showcases that we run basically every single month by visiting staypluggedin.gg/events. Actually, staypluggedin.com/events now. You can check out all the events that we have coming up, including the showcase that will be happening this month. So make sure to go and check that out when you get the moment as well. And Hell Monkey Man, there's a way that you can get involved with this stream too, which I'm super excited to kind of talk about here as well. We've basically been able to pull together, before we kick off, the viewer experience by, we're going to feature a segment here where you get to be involved by typing hashtag chill in the chat. There it is. Finally found it, by the way. Hashtag chill is what you want to type in the chat. And when you do that, that'll recognize the Radiant Rumble meter on the side in chat and be able to allow you to kind of have your say on who would be in the top 5 play. It's a segment that we like to call Chill. So, Hail Monkey Man, tell us a little bit more about it.
The green screen destroyed my showcase of my chill can, but it won't destroy your chances of getting involved because we're in fact seeking your feedback on the plays that are happening over the course of the day. When you witness a play that is amazing, that is worthy of top play consideration, please type hashtag chill, CHILL, into the chat. The more viewers that are joining you with that hashtag chill code word in the chat, the higher the Sprite chill rumble meter will go, and the better chance of of seeing that play in the top 5 plays tomorrow. This 2-day event, it's going to see a lot of awesome action, and you know you want to see those plays on the highlight reel.
Well, it's time to break the ice, presented by Sprite Chill. So let's go ahead and look at the format that is in front of us here today. It's a 2-day double elimination bracket, like you mentioned, started at 3 p.m. So we got the matches starting literally right on the hour right now. So we'll get you there as soon as we can. All matches a best of 1 with a chance for a bracket reset in the grand final should we need it. Should the team from the bottom side be able to take over the team that advanced to the top side. But we got $1,000 here on the line, Heel Monkey Man.
Yeah, this is going to be $1,000, 600 going to first place. Is 120 apiece for each of our 5 players. For second, it's 250. That's 50 apiece. And third with 150, that's 30 apiece, which is at least, I think, 4 boxes of Sprite Chill if you go down to your local convenience store. So that'd be pretty cool. But this is an awesome prize pool, as well as an opportunity for all these kids, these students and potential big players to compete for. And I do like that it's kind of like a sprint into a double elimination, and you have to be wary. Even if you made it through the top side, you could get bracket reset and have to play again.
That's right. I mean, that's extra Valorant that maybe you don't want to deal with, but at the same time, if you're on the lower side, you can carry that momentum over with you if you're able to take it to them on the lower finals side. So there's never an opportunity where you're out of it until you're out of it. So double the chances mean double the fun, means we're here and ready to see the high scores in action. Let's talk about the top 5 teams being either Radiant or Immortal 3 to some degree, or at least having a member on the team that is that level. That's just insane talent across the board.
It's amazing. You know these players are already enforcing some of their talent, both at the high school level, as well as getting scouted to go up into the collegiate sector, which is really what some of these big showcases are all about. And of course, Spin Avengers, and one of that #1 squads. You have already a couple of those players in Rascal and Domi that are committed over into their programs, and some that are looking to still kind of move around. So this is a nice top-heavy grouping, and obviously we've seen some upsets in the past with some of these spin showcases. So for this Radiant Rumble today, I'm expecting a lot of movement between this top 5.
Here's why I think you're absolutely right. The team number 4, Malicious is their name. They're seed number 4, and Majestic is the one on top, the leader of this team that's registered this team. The captain of this team was also the captain of the Engineers, which is a team that won 4 Stay Plugged In showcases. Pretty sure they won C2C as well. I'll get the final word on that, but either way, you're winning tournament after tournament. That included 3 in a row. They were super dominant. Now, Heel Monkey Man is a different team, but maybe he's upgraded. We simply don't know until we're going to see it. It's different names on the roster, but basically, when you have the ability to have one big playmaker and the rest of your team can play in those role spots very well, you can allow that player to shine, and you can get a lot farther than maybe a lot of people would say you would.
Yeah, we call it feeding the hot hand. Often you give opportunities like that, but sometimes it can come in a various amount of different roles, which we'll be looking at here when we go to Agent Select in just a little bit. Often and always, it ends up being the duelist who really kind of inspires and initiates for everyone else to be able to get in there. But you also sometimes have the big IGLs that they want to be as a Sentinel or a Controller otherwise. So I want to see how that really does come to play here today.
Yeah, absolutely. We have our matchup ready to go in just a moment, and let's go ahead and talk about it because there's a couple of things that are super interesting to me. Number 1, it's a number 8 versus number 9, Team Infinite and Team DTE, respectively, that we'll get to know here in just a second. And not only that, but it's not going to be heated, but it's on a brand new map as well at Abyss. So, Monkey Man, I'm excited to see it. This will be the first time I've personally seen it in competitive formats, myself casting it. So I'm stoked to see what these kids have put together in preparation for it.
Honestly, I went the more arduous route when it comes to casting prep, and I've been playing a lot of Valorant lately, and I've played a lot of Abyss, and I actually have a good understanding as to where some of these thoroughfares are going to be happening. It is still brand new in the pool, but I feel like this has been one of the most welcome kind of dynamic shifts of maps being brought in. Breeze left, and everyone was like, thank goodness. And then they said, hey, you can fall off the map now. And they're like, we'll take those odds, and everyone's been kind of inspired with it. Honestly, this has been a really fun map to play.
It's creativity at an all-time high. If you want to, other publishers out there, if you want to, take notes as far as how you make a game not go stale, if you want to keep it exciting, keep it interactive, this is the way to do it. Now, Monkey Man, the unique property about Abyss, of course, is unique ways that you can get around certain walls, certain areas in order to get where you're going here. So what are you bringing in order to really give yourself a chance for success success here? Or are you thinking double Sentinel action? Do you want to just go heavy, maybe go double Duelist? Obviously, you're bringing in some agents that have a little bit of mobility.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of jets and I've seen a lot of raises. You get to have the blast pack movement. You also get to have some of those drifts and dodges. I've seen at the highest level some players actually use a opping jet falling off the map, but they rush down with some of those. It's kind of insane. You also get to have some controller movement. Omen will obviously shine. Neon, even though they're much more of a ground sprinter, can slide quickly between a lot of margins. They do that a lot in library, but Sentinels can also control the pace. I've played a lot more Deadlock recently because of this map, and because places like A, where you have to jump around from tree, that's where those stun placements can actually play into a huge role to be able to slow down teams.
Yeah, and defensively, even on the B side, if you think about the barrier mesh as well, being able to get there and prevent anybody from rolling that way, and that way you can just watch, set up some of your Sentinel, util on maybe the jump around the wall, and then you're all set, right? But here we go. We've got our agent select now here for these two teams. Infinite, the 8th seed, going up against DTE, the 9th seed. And right now we're looking for pretty standard agency overall. I mean, Jet, we talked about like the mobility factor, but also the verticality in this map is no different than a lot of the new maps that they've introduced as well. So it makes sense to see a Jet locked in on that side from Toxic Tim, and perhaps even hovering it on the other side as well.
Yeah, yeah, that's going to be kind of your main duel that's coming in. And I think the main property, depending on what Versatile is actually going to lock into, is the fact that I saw that harbor, and if they end up sticking with that, we have a double controller situation, which is going to provide some dynamic slowdowns, as well as still having that Omen. You'll be able to put the dark covers onto some of those higher rope positions, and that can actually work out. But both sides chose Cypher, which means the tripwires are going to be tough to get around. It could be a lot of one-ways, and it could be even tougher. Cascade is thinking about it at least. I feel like they're going to lock that in, but Cypher is very strong here, especially because you can use that cam out to mid to see if anyone is trying to sneak in that mid rotation.
And there's so much space there as well. I mean, mid, and there's different approaches that you can really, when we talk about the entirety of the map, but also at mid, being able to get around will be a little bit more difficult. The more difficult you can make it, the better. That way you limit the amount of avenues in which the attack can get there and get to site to try to set up the spike plans. But I mean, I don't hate that at all. I mentioned we needed Sentinels on both sides. We do have it. And also Omen's coming in with the smokes too. I was hoping that we would see a Clove here. I like players that get aggressive with it too, on that controlling side, and maybe toss some smokes down from the death, but we won't see it this time around. Instead, we will see perhaps some fake plays and some teleports across the map should they need it. But either way, round one kicking off here, and again on attack here, Team Infinite to set up. The first time I'll get to see Abyss, and we'll see how these players play here into the pistol.
I feel like the one reason that we're not getting a Clove onto this one, it definitely does hinge on having kind of your more aggressive style player, but two, Clove doesn't really have the greater strength of being able to use some of those better lineups, especially for the decays as well as the re-engagements from the not dead yets, because there's so many hiding positions. So it's actually harder to go and get some of those refrags to get back into the fray when you're using an ultimate. Omen is an all-arounder, and also having that KO, the defense out of DTE, they know exactly they gotta bust through some of these Cypher plays.
Oh, good timing on the 0 point. You can see some plays just stop before they even get started, and obviously that will matter a little bit more as we go along. Maybe not too much in the pistol here, but Cascade gonna have their hands full, try to roll back out. Before things can happen, Derp's able to jump in and cause some damage. Diddy gets in on the party as well, and before you know it, you blink, and Team Infinite already down in a 1v4 situation here with Lucid and a Prayer. And the flash won't matter much. We'll see Jet fly right past him and try to pull the 180. He was able to take out one, but obviously not two. And hot start here for the defense. And if it's round one, here for Team DTE.
The quick 1-2 isolation sandwich ends up with, I think, Lucid, we got one, but can't get the other, and that guarantees the dub there for DTE. Now, here's the great part of this, too. They ran up mid. They were testing how much they're going to defensively hold because you don't have some of those, I guess, longer engagements off the early pistol. You can absolutely take advantage of that mid position over into library, which it can't be forgotten. That little nest position we saw just outside of J Diddy, those doors, you can take advantage of that as well if you can rush that much space.
Speaking of taking space here, you see that Jet pushed in incredibly forward here for Team DTE on the defensive side, looking to catch anybody. Comes through with the Scout, able to get one right off the rip. Turns and gets the second one. JDD on fire, third! After the reaction time, maybe a bit of a mistake there from Toxic Tim to try and challenge this, but Diddy wants more, almost got it, but will eventually be shut down by Verz, but a very quick 1-2-3 punch. Maybe a mistake from DTE to try to challenge it. Or Team Infinite for trying to challenge it here, but DTE able to walk away after Krakow will clean up the rest.
That was beautiful. And obviously, in case you guys don't know, Marshall, one of the few, and in fact, the only sniper that is very, very much 100% accurate from off the hip when not moving. So put it in the hands of J Diddy, who obviously has a mind to be aggressive and make use of that anti-eco and just completely rail down Team Infinite. So now they're going to be on the full buy, and it's a pretty healthy bonus. You didn't really have too many hard buy-ups. In fact, I think that we actually had Neek that was trying to sleekly get behind them that fully saved from. So there's a lot of cash in the hands of DTE.
Stock it up well after the first 2 rounds won. He's going to look to stock up a little bit on this intel as well, but Verz was able to draw first blood here. And we'll see what kind of decision they make because of this. As you see the Harbor kind of drop back here. I grab this, but Lucid from a distance there, able to gain numbers even more so here for Team Infinite to kick things off here. Jet looking to push on his site already here. They're thinking this B push. A couple present here. We'll see that Jet kind of tucked behind that wall to see if Toxic Tim can't swing and get one. But there's no luck nonetheless. So J Diddy having to catch multiple sight lines here to the Cyber Cage will just make it a little bit more difficult, as if it weren't already. Team Infinite will get the plant down here and a retake attempt inbound here for DTE.
You'll be able to hop up on top of that double box as well if you want to kind of catch him off guard. But the hard part about Abyss is there's so many extra angles to have to account for. This is a wide open space, and now with the Reckoning, it makes it even more difficult. Team Infinite comes in and is able to make great use with a flawless round to keep all rifles online, which means, Bear, we're going into our first rifle round here in round 4.
That's right. And you already know that the buy up here from Team Infinite, that's an all-in, need for Team Infinite on the attack side after dropping the first 2 rounds in order to make sure that you secure that round. Round 3 is very much, if you're down 2-0, a telltale sign. It must win, it feels like in the moment. Obviously not a must win overall because it's still super early, but it gives you a sign of things to come in the early stages of this round, exactly what Team Infinite needed here moving into this next round.
And look how they're already posting up J Diddy. They're not going to find any targets on this, but they are very trusting of that dynamic. This is also a difference of 2 different kind of initiators. Off of that KO, you have the shutdown type of play, but Toxic is actually going to supersede deep into. They find a counter into. Now there's Sova dropping and one coming back up, and that's going to be Jacko that actually gives them even more space. So Team Infinite has this 4v3, but they get a good couple picks, force the rotation off of DTE, but they're also going to run away, and this is going to be mirrored to a degree, but was it all of a feint?
That's a solid point here. Toxic Tim wants to stay put just to see if he can find any sound cues as they're rotating around. If they hear nothing, they'll probably just make this a fake rotate. But the distance you have to travel, that's a long way here to try and get around here on the rotation. But that seems to be the plan here too. You have obviously the Cypher lined up here and Lucid. We can hold spots here mid. Try to give yourself a little bit more signs here. Look how quiet DT is being. I don't even know if Toxic Tim can even hear them at this point on the backside to give them the sound cue. Because look, they're going to head right back towards this B site. And so DTE playing this very well as far as staying disciplined, getting just enough of the intel necessary, or at least enough of a hint intuition in order to be able to challenge this whenever it comes through. From the top of the box, 2, almost a third there from Cascade, could not land it. But Lucid able to answer the call, answer the bell here with 2 of his own. And now it'll be a 2v1 situation from the attack side. A Neek left by themselves. Spike planted, but a quick reaction time too. Back to back from Neek. That was a quick 1-2 punch. And DTE able to gain around back here to make it 3-1.
They're actually going to have him go recover the operator as well, a big investment weapon, and this will be a 3rd round taken here by DTE, a great recovery. And the thing that was being taken advantage of by Team Infinite, they had the extra player up, and so they knew that if they slowed the rotation, they could split the defense of DTE into a 2-1, and that means they had the double numbers no matter where they went onto either site. It was a good idea, but they didn't account for that high box position. You can't just check your corners, you have to check your your ledges here, Bear, and it's so tough. That's why we're seeing a timeout here for Team Infinite.
I was gonna say, which ledge are you trying to check? There's so many.
A lot.
That B side though, that's a common one. Maybe make a mistake. I think a lot of teams really do have a tendency to really watch the cheesy plays, if you will, around the sides of this map. I know it's created for a reason, so I don't know if you can call it straight cheese, but you get a little bit heavily focused on that area, and you forget about the matter at hand, which could be just gunfights down mid. A lot of the verticality, like we mentioned as well, is a big part of it. So you got to stay keen and focused on all sides of the coin here, especially if you want to continue on and really break the streak here of DTE, who's really shown up as the 9th seed here, and it wouldn't be much of an upset, but right now they're doing the right things, put it in place in order to give themselves the best shot early, and JDD has been a big reason of that. And like you mentioned, we'll also have that operator in hand.
Yeah, that position as well, that we got to see the double kill from Cascade. That's actually one of my favorite places to be. Any Sentinel, but especially Deadlock, because you actually do have the sonic sensors that if you put it just outside of that tree hop that they have to land, whenever you go past the sonic sensor, if you're not walking, it will stun. So immediately you hear that go off, you have a free target. So great position for any Sentinel, and they take advantage of this operator. Oh, it finds first value. Spider hits the floor.
No, he used the scout and did this before. You don't think he's gonna, or the marshal before, and you don't think he's gonna do that with an operator to challenge it? Sorry, my Counter-Strike's coming out there.
It's okay.
Regardless, gonna walk in the back door here and kill in pocket, first blood in pocket, and equal. We'll just add one to the pocket of his own, and now we'll have DTE with a queen advantage here too. Right now, we're just watching as Lucid on this far side, just holding onto the spike, not sure, kind of stuck behind a rock in a hard place here. But the way that DTE is spread out, but still winning the fights has been incredibly impressive. One of the reasons why they've gotten off to such a hot start. They'll deal a little bit with the util here on the other side as the mirrored Cypher in Cascade has that far side really locked down. You see the incredibly interesting play of the trap wire on that side. No shot to go around that. They'll limit exactly where this attack can come from right now. Seems like they're aiming towards this B. They haven't fully committed, but with 30 seconds left, you imagine it's coming here, Hell Monkey Man.
Yeah, they're going to have to rumble in. The paranoia is probably going to lead them, and they got to do it as well. Off this harbor, can they be able to get a kill? No, but that's actually a very fun position. Not because it just takes you off angle for a regular headshot, but it also drops the weapon, so you cannot pick it up for yourself. It becomes a 2v3, two very hurt players, no healing on either side. DTE actually at a HP disadvantage as they have now Team Infinite with this plant down. They're trying to cover two separate angles. Got the cam on the low of the wall. They're going to put up that high tide as well. And they already have that. Well, and they're checking out into topside tree. And so they're trying to make sure they can clear out this vertical space. But Lucid has this long thoroughfare to just watch over where the bomb plant is.
Such a perfect spot to spam. You already know where it's labeled. You're getting hit. You got to be able to move at that point. I think they wanted to get it maybe halfway. Maybe it cost your life to do it. So I don't know if it's worth the trade-off here, especially when Lucid's got you lined up as well. You're going to be chased off, but you know better than to challenge that one is, and you're able to get away with your life? No, not even. So a perfect way to answer here for Team Infinite. It's exactly what the doctor ordered.
I want to see the economy right now, because at this point there's actually been, we've had a lot of weapons drop. The key person that's been able to save a lot more is Toxic, because they kept going back and getting the operator for them. But look how just poor in general everyone is. You're going to see Team Infinite be able to buy up, but even with DTE taking the dub, they lost that previous one. But even with a succession of rounds into a 3-1 in the first 4, they now have to go into basically a forced eco. You're going to see a frenzy with like 800 creds left.
Not an ideal situation.
No.
That being said, they've been and had the tendency to win out on gunfights regardless of whether or not they've been favored. Lucid had to play a little bit of dodgeball there to circle around. Here, Lucid will tag one, so they'll be able to swing that corner with ease and pick up where they left off as Neek will hit the ground. And now the spike will hit the hands of this attack. Perhaps towards B side, just waiting for the rest to rotate around. They'll have two set up in a crossfire though, so to break through this choke will be very difficult We'll see if they can get the job done here, but patience will be a virtue here. No need to rush. 50 seconds, you're dealing with the Blade Storm on one side. Meanwhile, Kraka, perfectly timed there in order to deter the attack from coming through. Quick turn as well from J Diddy to pick up one more there on Lucid. And now, not much you can do here as his spike is just sitting in plain view. All three will rotate around here for DTE, so they'll be able to walk away with another round one here, as this one will just basically be stalemate here at this point. And a bit of a finish off there from Cascade, a bit of a cherry on top, if you will, as the thrifty round is complete here for DTE.
I mean, that one's massive because they knew they had to play a lot more close quarters, which is why they broke those doors initially on topside mid library. And they were like, all right, come to us, see what you can do. Then they strayed away from that pressure, didn't take any of that upper kind of attic space going towards rope of A, and decided to fully just flood. And we're not prepared for the cross position. J Diddy has been so influential on that site, especially as they had that eco round turn huge off of their Blade Storm, got to upgrade and get themselves a weapon as well. So that one kind of went sideways. Team Infinite actually had the advantage and then just kind of flopped.
I agree, and Lucid has got to be careful here. He's partnered up with Spider on A side to try to get some details, but you risk your life trying to go up against this. And I love the repositioning as well. We've seen so much success already, like you mentioned from J Diddy on that A side, just trying to catch folks as they come through. But right now, no need to even do that. And they don't really want a whole lot of it either. They'll be smoked out in the meantime, so it's not like they could even act here if they wanted to. In the defense, again, DTE's done a great job of limiting opportunities when you need to, with so many avenues that, like we talked about previously, Helmut, to try to get through. Well, they're doing a good job to make sure they're limited, so there's no way through. And right now, Team Eminence has been feeling that pain. Luckily for them, they've been able to trade out the first. You have even ground here, but still no real push. It's on A. Cascade to roll through, courtesy of Cascade. Love that little detail. Neek a couple off the bridge nonetheless. You have to stay focused trying to cross there. So to be able to get that kill in advance is also great, but Mars will put him on his back here. Breaking through, Derped. Well, he'll fall as well. Burrs with one of the best rounds that we've seen so far from him. Finally waking up, and Spider will do the same. Team Infinite in prime position here. Set up. They're going to be layered here. Well, Cascade an opportunity, but they see him first. And Versatile with a great job here in this round. That'll be a 3K and bringing Team Infinite back within one.
Fantastic double stack there on the outside to make sure that they could cover any aggressive swing. You knew that Cascade had to be aggressive because everything was covered up. That entire A site, I talk about flooding A site. I didn't know literally that would happen, but we have harbor on the map, so there was a ton of water. Every single vertical sight line stolen from them, and even so, it was kind of difficult to get the initial plant off. And now again, DTE, they've been able to win off of Thrifty. They go into a round that they bought up, but apparently they're much better when they have, coupons in their pocket for buying their guns, which is what they're gonna have to rely on. I think that we have one hero rifle to really work off of, and Derped is gonna be looking for some extra reconnaissance, but not spying anything, even though they're hearing the old owl drone go out. A lot of this pressure is still kind of leaning towards A. Do we get some Bucky gaming goodness? Well, they throw out as many as they can, but that's gonna be a free kill.
Oh my. And the one time, of course, when you see them kind of sneak away from their spot, J Diddy that is, well, they were able to give up one kill, but they got one back, even with the Stinger rushing in, just holding W and be able to take them out. Versatile, still adding to what he was able to accomplish last round. He will eventually fall, though, and Spider take out Kraka in response to what we've just seen. Now, DTE and J Diddy looking to lead the charge here, as they will both have the opportunity to at least try to fake out. You'll see the spams come through. That'll at least give you an audio cue as far as where they're going to be. Now it's time to set up and try to take to it. Gunfight won by Cascade. Maybe shouldn't have, as Not Jacko wasn't able to connect with it originally. But Lucid will do the rest and pick up the 2 kills to confirm the round 1. And we're finally even for the first time here in this one Hail event.
It's been Team Infinite just slowly chipping away at the ankles of DTE, which for any good runner is basically a career ender. But for right now, it just puts us into a 4-4, and we'll will go to another rifle. J Diddy finally gets to buy up again as they've been saving all of their V-Bucks to get into that operator. So I want to see how impactful that's going to be. And look how they're posting up. They're going to be at that U-bin top side of mid, which has actually not been challenged since the early interim of this match here, Bear. And so they've been much more pressuring directly to the A more often. This is going to be much more to default. They do get tagged out. Toxic is identified as leaning towards B, and I feel like they're telling the Spike to at least run back to neutral.
And if you're Team Infinite here, that's not a dagger by any means.
No.
You know, Toxic Tim has really lined up towards B basically this entire time. So no extra intel gained, but you do know that nothing has changed in that aspect. So now you can at least anticipate another default round, which is what we'll be looking at here. As much as I credited DTE for their ability here defensively in order to kind of stay strong in their beliefs and where they want to line up here, you can say the same for Team Infinite, being patient. Even though they were behind here in this map, they still wanted to hold strong. But they haven't been able to find a thing here. Not even with the Cypher playing A side, trying to at least make contact with them. DTE, are you surprised they're still holding on to all these ultimates as well? I mean, they got 4 locked and loaded. They'll probably use it whenever Team Infinite goes on to site here.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to be rushing or using those in the last 2 to 3 rounds. Right now, they're at a very strong position. They actually get rid of that trap wire, and that initiates now for Toxic Tim to just take down some space. They know they're hanging out behind that double big Mox, and that's actually going to be Cascade that gets rid of Tim. Verse does the same thing as they get rid of their Sova, so no extra intel. Spider, and there's only 13 seconds to go. Luce is going to try and cover down with them. They finally begin the plant as they took their sweet time doing it here, Bear, but it pays off.
Oh, it certainly does. And when you get this spike planted, you have all sorts of advantage here. You have all those avenues lined up set for you to retake. You're not incredibly disappointed to at least attempt. At least you'll have different angles to play with. Trying to catch one on the way out, not able to do it. The shrouded step just in time. Basically ducks below Neek's shots. It is just bailing out of here. Meanwhile, where the action is, not Jacko is able to take out Neek. And now if you're J Diddy, you're basically sitting back, holding strong, and maybe getting a pick on the way out. They will not challenge this one. So now, another round 1 here for Team Infinite. That'll be 3 in a row, and basically 4 out of the last 5. So they have been absolutely excellent. You said they've been creeping up, and Hail Monkey Man, well, the jig is up. Now we know that Team Infinite is here to play, and in fact, challenge DTE here, moving into the later rounds of this first half.
Yeah, it's been a quiet stomp, and I say that because they've been very disciplined about how they want to engage some of these sites. And a couple times they're like, okay, let's ramp up the pace. Let's rush down into A and let's see where we can go with that, because we know that J Diddy has been very influential, especially off of Marshall and operator play. But in recency, they've been able to just take advantage of them. So J Diddy, they're gonna have it maybe a singular target to run to, and you already see an early Hunter's Fury getting used. Maybe just to put some chip damage out there, use it for extra X-ray reconnaissance and see if anyone was lining up to try and rush onto either site. But we actually do have a couple in mid-library, but Derped is able to find one.
The moment you challenge and you see them rotating around now. Oh, this is a clever play by the defense as Kraka able to take out Toxic Tim. But luckily, if Versenal is not there, they were in all sorts of trouble. They almost had possession of the spike the way that Team Infinite had it left down. But instead, because of those 2 big kills, now Versenal will have spike in hand. Will be able to transition this over to the A site. DTE, although they have even numbers here, it'll be a little bit more difficult. They have that wall to deal with, number 1. As the high tide will eventually come down here. Neek knows this and has it timed to try to send out dark cover in order to capture anybody who would be rolling through. But Team Infinite's going to be very content here, laying back out through the attack side and give some space here. As a spike lineup Sneak trying to challenge it here, Hunter's Fury to try and challenge off of him too. Drop down, so will he be able to challenge this? Cascade out, couple kills. Spider will fall, Kraka will do the rest. Defenders will break through and get the kills necessary, defuse the spike in addition to it. Just everything going right for the first time in about 4 rounds there, Hill Monkey Man.
Yeah, and they really hinged it off of the re-engagement from the null command. That was massive because Kraka was all the way backside, and they knew that they had at least 2 tripwires to have to fight through, one on top of Spike and one that was just outside of that top nest from Rope. So they didn't want to have to give away positions as they re-engaged, so they waited for that ultimate to be able to get back on it, and then immediately getting the kill onto Spider whenever they were using that basically as a Spike cover. So the Hunter's Fury put away, and also shout out to Verse. They had a quiet beginning. They've had 3 Reckonings being picked up, and they're already working off another. This is a massive tool for this Team Infinite team to be able to take over these sites.
Yeah, the concussions proved very worthy. I mean, we saw it in his rescue hero efforts to regain Spike possession to even give themselves and allow themselves an opportunity there in that last round. Sure, it fell short. But this one, not as much, at least as far as getting the Spike planted very early in this one. And I like the change of pace here. It has been all default. It has been all patience, Helmut Command. Now, all of a sudden, you see a bit of aggression here with J Diddy. With aggression comes the ability to perhaps get snuffed out. That's what J Diddy was able to do momentarily. Did not even recognize that the counterpart Jet was around there. Toxin Tim will take him out. Lucid will do the rest. Here now is Team Infinite with a very quick answer.
This post plan is very strong out of Team Infinite. I mean, that goes without say, but both Verse and Lucid have a game plan. You already know that Verse, especially whenever they have them set up onto that top side of tree, way down outside of Site B, they know the wall bang position for the corner of that box. So they won. They already know what angles they want to play off. 2, I was about to be commenting on the underused secondary rope off of the mid position, and the fact that it was basically left unchecked, and they still accounted for it. So can this turn into a 6-6? J Diddy with a stinger is able to find it, but it's an immediate trade as Neek falls as well. Bladestorm will be online for J Diddy. Can they hold site by themselves while everyone rotates?
I was wondering what the singers there. First of all, of course, they were a little bit hurting in the econ departments, but also you have the Bladestorm to count on as well. Diddy is better than the challenges yet, even though you know Lucid is right below that wall. Here, the Cove was set up for the plant originally, so that should come down here momentarily. They didn't want to take the chance. Once they rotate around instead, they'll run into not Jacko, at least Kraka did. Now J Diddy looking to get creative around that wall. Was thinking about it momentarily. That's a quick snap onto the head of Toxic Tim. Step in the right direction. Step 1 complete. Now we'll need to work in tandem, as they have eyes on Lucid and Jacko. I don't think they knew where Versatile was, not until now. Now with the 3K in hand, but you got a challenge here at this point. Yeah, the blades in hand, you knew it. You're running out of time. So JD did what they could, but it wasn't enough here. Team Infinite will move up to 7-5.
And they not only took over that site, but also took over every position of that site. You actually saw Verse, who went all the way to the top, to the defender side spawn of site A. So being able to just kind of exist on that perimeter forced J Diddy to have to look in all level of directions. They did get rid of him, but with a Bladestorm, you have to fight through some tripwires, and it is such a finicky thing to have to take down any kind of Cypher trips. So we go now, 5-7. Team Infinite is going to have their chance at defense. I feel like they have a very strong position with this. We have a couple of initiators for a lot of intel that's supposed to be gained here from Team DTE, and I feel like they could be able to use that to inflict a lot of pressure.
Yeah, especially when you know, I guess both brought in as Sova, but the Sova Cypher comes in handy for this reason. Team Infinite was able to really take advantage of it in multiple rounds and string together rounds that, you know, even some that maybe you think they shouldn't have. Oh, they don't even see Spider tucked around this one. Not Jacko as well. Wow. Look out. Spider was tucked in the exact right place. They looked into the corner, saw the Spider, and could not kill him with fire.
Yeah, you need a big old can of Raid, maybe 2 full handfuls of it. But yeah, that's actually one of those tough positions to be in, because you are kind of dead if you do, dead if you don't. And it was the first one. You had to make sure that you take advantage of that pillar position, because as they swarm in, there is no escape line, but they did not check corners. And that's now going to be the one single time that they give that up without checking it down. So DTE is in a rough spot. Team Infinite is going to be able to buy up.
Yep, yeah, and at this late, it's too late. You don't check your corners on the pistol round, you get it destroyed.
Yep.
And then what happens is Team Infinite with an almost secure round here at this point. I mean, how are you going to challenge Team Infinite's defense if you don't have any weaponry to do it with? Oh, especially when Versatile is doing his best impression of what we saw the entire time from J Diddy on the defensive side. Now we'll drop that and get another one. So all scopes, no problems for Team Infinite with a couple of kills right off the rip. An extra one to add into that repertoire. And now just 2 left here for DTE in order to try and get the job done. Luckily for them, they've got Kraka, which is their leader and captain, the KO, currently looking to at least gain one back here. But Team Infinite has done exactly what they needed to do in this round in order to really corner DTE. You see them just tucked in here before they want to approach this B site, and Team Infinite knows it.
Yeah, you have 2 that are out in mid. They're just kind of waiting for any kind of rotation, but this is a full commit, especially off of an eco position. Kraka falls. That's actually only the second fall that has happened the entirety of this map, so shout out. In fact, they're going to do it again. They're going to just actually kind of commit to this. Lucid ends up getting credit for the kill, and it's not a bad way because you can kind of end it early. You know that you really can't get there, and you don't want to give over some of those extra creds, so they move this one right along. That's actually like the, I guess, map representation of whenever I see an entire team just stick around for post-plant death so they can at least deny any kind of extra economy.
Yeah. It's a little bit comical to see them fly off now, especially when you see it at the pro level as well. It's kind of very interesting to see, but it makes sense from an econ standpoint, so why not get the job done? And that's what Team Infinite has been able to accomplish right now. Look, as DTE wants to challenge this mid side here. Toxic Tim is going to be the one that's having to deal with this one, so we'll call in a little bit of help here, knowing that's the case, and is going to use the Outlaw to break through. And not even sure they had the intel. Like, there's no way without Harbor as well. So basically just taking a shot, knowing they're there. Good intuition, able to take that first kill. Derp will follow up here. Personal, gonna fall here. Watching from the viewpoint of Kraka, who's just behind and tucked behind, where we see J Diddy, who Toxic Tim had no idea where they're gonna be. Now Jacko trying to hold off from what he can here. The attack maybe advancing forward to catch Team Infinite by surprise. You typically don't want to jump out very far on this map here, but DTE, if you at least do this to Team Infinite and catch them when they're being a little bit aggressive, you do gain some advantages here. And Spider gonna try to silence me here with the kill. Kraka will fall, and now Jacko in the right spot here to maybe capture this kill, but unfortunately did not know Derp was tucked behind, so they will fall as well. Now left to just Lucid in a Dream. Will they be able to handle this and give us our first Sprite chill clutch? The ice cold Sprite clutch here. It's possible, but Lucid is going to be tucked behind. In fact, I mean, right now, Jet's got to grab this 10 seconds. They don't have time.
Yeah, they went so deep into each of these individual lanes of engagement. They left a spike behind, and they thought they could just win by pure pressure. But, you know, they just left it behind. That's what ends up happening. But also, as I kind of lean all the way back to the initial Outlaw kill that happened on top of mid library, they saw the Omen's boot. I was like, okay, how are they gonna be able to see him? It was literally his kneecap, just straight up kneecap. So Team Infinite, they'll be at 10. DTE we'll be chilling with their 5 as we kind of take a moment for ourselves to be able to get up into this as well. And I mean, you're in a rough position, didn't exactly find your dub on the attack, so now you have to be able to find your way through, I guess, the rest of this defense, and Team Infinite is a great spot.
Yeah, they certainly are. Team DTE will need to find a way around it to make things worse. Cascade having a little bit of issues on the tech side as well, which leads to this tech pause. So we will get you back into the action here momentarily. And for Team Infinite, they're probably itching to get back on it. I mean, they've been absolutely excellent overall. Toxic Tim, to kick it off on the defensive side, really set the tone, set the, prowess, and it's really been able to answer since then. Team Infinite had a little bit of a slower start, but as we know with good teams, you pick yourself back up and you're able to string some rounds together, and in the second half, it has been no exception. In fact, arguably, they've been a lot better here on the defensive side than they were on the attack, and that's saying a lot.
Yeah, and that's kind of true because I think both these teams are sitting right now on the second half in their strongest kind of composition mindset, because you have a couple of controllers off for both Verse as well as with their Omen. So you have a lot of smoke that you have to be able to get through, and then that complements especially what Luce has been able to do alongside Verse for the tripwire setup. So it's so tough to be able to get to these sites because it's so long to travel, and so DTE is kind of in a, all right, we have to be aggressive. And that's exactly what they were doing, especially against the two-shot Outlaws, especially when they ran it down up into mid. They just weren't able to do the same thing, especially from the pistol rounds when we started this entire match that was done by Team Infinite. So, Bear, this is going to be an uphill battle, especially because they did everything but plant the spike in that previous round.
I was just about to say that's because there's a perfect amount of time to say, what are you doing, DTE? Number one, not the right strategy. Number two, in addition to that, I thought my first ice cold Sprite clutch was going to be a epic call by one of us two, but instead it was a, they're not going to plant this spike in time, are they?
You know what?
Kinda
I'll
call.
still drink to that. You know, I just popped it. It's nice. It's crisp. And
You know, yeah, why not?
cheers. It's good. I know you guys can't see it. Those
Rocking
words
the-
are right there.
Rocking the invisible can here today. I like
I
it.
know. This is actually a feature, not a bug. So I have the zero sugar version, by the way. So if you guys are wondering, it is flavorful and it's cherry lime. So it's delicious.
Always delicious. Always delicious. Also, it keeps us cool in these moments, these hot moments that are happening. And right now for Team Infinite, they've been able to do it. I mean, but it's been a like I mentioned, Team Infinite's been doing great things overall in order to really just stun DTE to some degree, and it's up to DTE to really find an answer here. You're on the attack, you know the defense. It's probably unwise to get aggressive here, so maybe play one of the strategies from Team Infinite. Maybe steal one of those and say, hey, we're going to play default, gain a little bit of intel, and maybe not take as long as we did last round.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be playing off of a Guardian and a Vandal with everyone else kind of in this mid-eco position. So they're going to have to really buddy up as well as find the mark and kind of swarm as much as they can, because Team Infinite is fully bought up away from that bonus that they got. Derp is going to try some backline eco. J Diddy already getting a massive pick, and they take Toxic Tim off the field, which is a massive weapon to get rid of from Team Infinite. So now, can they slow and shut them down for any kind of A rush? But Toxic Tim is going to be trying to walk their way in through doors, and they've got a buddy.
They sure do. It's just a matter of time before you see them tear in here. But it will be perhaps met by not Jacko. Jacko's got an awkward angle that they've got to play off there as well. The height advantage not favoring them either. Although the Cascade couldn't quite peek around it anyways. Derp will get the spike planted here for the Team DTE. That's at least a step in the right direction. Make it 2 as Kuraka will jump out with a Sheriff, no less, and able to get that original kill. Waiting back here, going to be trying to chase him out with a fragment. That is a smart move. Try to get them moving. Lucid with one. J Diddy trying to storm in the party, maybe crash the party with a 3K now. And Versatile is trying to find the right time to strike around it. But there is not much you can do in this situation. We'll pop through the smoke. We'll take out J Diddy, almost turning it too, but that's going to be where it dies here. And Team DTE taking advantage a little bit of that tech pause in order to maybe talk things over, and maybe one of the reasons why they're able to pull within 4.
Honestly, that earlier Cascade used by Verse ended up being a detriment to Team Infinite, because they had kind of that open position. They were coming out from that library doors, and even though they were being pushed out of the rope nest, they had an open sight line. Well, putting the Cascade out actually allowed them to walk through, so it was kind of off that awkward oblique, and it allowed them to kind of reconvene with the rest of the team and force all of Team Infinite away. So now we get to see if Infinite kind of regains some calm. They still are prioritizing having Lucid have full site takeover here for A, but the Bladestorm is online for J Diddy, who found that first impact kill whenever they took Toxic Tim out earlier.
Yeah, Lucid is going to be teamed up here with Jacko. It would seem that Jacko's been the Omen holding down the mid side of things. And yes, Toxic Tim on that far end of it has been doing a great job to hold down B for a little bit of it. But Cascade is already out there. Already on the B side, gets one, but Versatile had heard what was developing there on the B side, so we'll take away the straggler, if you will, of DTE, who is far on the other side. So now you don't have your Sentinel. You're basically going to be stuck going towards A. So you better pray that you're going to have a good opportunity to break onto this A side. But it'll be very difficult, like that Lucid and a non-Jacko combination that we talked about will make it difficult. But J Diddy going to at least give it a good start with the Blade Storm to kick things off early. That's one. And now we'll cycle around, allow the spike to be planted. And now suddenly it's a full swing here as Team Infinite will have to try to find the answer. And Toxic Tim will get the first pick. Now we'll turn another one taken out as Neek was up on those boxes. Now we'll locate Toxic Tim and take him out up top. So Toxic Tim not able to finish the job there. Diddy with 3K with the knives. And it was a little bit quiet with the knives until the very end there, but it definitely came in handy to pull them now back within 3.
Yeah, they were able to dash all the way to backside. And I will say that for post-plant strength is huge whenever you still have your Sentinel, but otherwise there's nothing more dangerous than a lurking Sentinel. That's exactly what they had for Cascade all the way deep onto Site B. And versus clearing them out, you simply want to be able to get rid of them because there's not much that they can really do unless you kind of have a deadlock with some of those mesh barriers, but actively, they're just an anti-lurk, and so they protect your backline. But otherwise, when they were cleared out, they're like, you know what? A still basically our mindset. B was kind of an option, but it's again J Diddy that's able to really promote from the front. 21 and 12 right now, matching up against on that top end where Versus at 20 and 11.
And you get so much value from a Versatile who not only gives you wins in gunfights, but also in this utility. So look, as Cascade tucked behind. Got one, but Spider's able to trade him out immediately. That could have been a very big downfall here for Team Infinite, but instead it'll pay off everybody through that mid site. But it'll leave it wide open. The door is there for DTE to plant at home, it feels like. They've made this A site. Another one, and they'll set up high as well towards the defensive side nonetheless. So now Team Infinite is like, hey, we're so great on the attack. Let's try it again here on this retake. It'll feel a lot like they're the ones going to be attacking here on the A side for this retake. DTE now going to try to gain a little bit of information. Spider not able to catch anybody on the now drone, but Nico's able to catch Toxic Tim with a bullet. And now Team Infinite left with just 3. Lucid wants to wait for them to turn the corner, does eventually take out Derped in that moment. Lucid not able to do anything, caught with their pants down, and here DTE able to take a round just by storming onto A, and Team Infinite, their risk to go through mid, well, it won't pay off.
Such an intelligent plant position as well to do it to backside, knowing that they full man rushed Cascade. Even though they've been given their life, they've been good for 1 from mid both times, and it's seeing that they had all the numbers, every number of Team Infinite up into library. They're like, okay, cool, we're gonna plant backside. No matter what, they have to come to us, and that's gonna be through a lot of guns and through a lot of extra obstacles. So Team Infinite now hoping to kind of regain here. That was definitely their eco run. That's why they pushed up in particular in the first place. And look at this immediate engagement. Neek could be finding pressure. Oh, they just didn't click as fast as they could. That's an immediate trade, though. Kraken finds Toxic Tim.
I don't know if they were looking at the minimap or what happened there, but there was a jet in your face there. You needed to be able to react there, and it just was not the case. Either way, even grounds. Also pretty even when we talk about ult economy. Except for DTE is been able to, well, it looks like their KO has an opportunity to be pulled back up here. Null command pulled. Lucid is able to kill it now. You hear it as the Reckoning that was so effective through the first half will look to be effective again. Lucid looking to win these gunfights again. Krako will fall. Now Jacko, careful when turning this corner. It is absolutely held out by no other than J Diddy, who's been fantastic in these moments. So one false move and you're on your back. Right now, Spike has dropped, and so have the chances of the attack picking it up. JDD trying to increase those. Still up top on that platform here. Behind them, though, nonetheless, is that Omen for DTE. So it is Neek waiting for the turn in the corner. Jacko gonna fall, rather Lucid. Now the 3K, they're trading back and forth. 13 seconds left, so Lucid just playing time at this point. We'll try to turn for it. And in fact, G Diddy will get the 4K here instead. Take out all the members of the defense. And that'll be a round 1 here for DTE, despite Team Infinite only having to play time there.
Yeah, that was not holding your nerve. I know that there was basically not any time, and they weren't reloaded. They had 2 bullets left in the chamber, and they just felt like they were going to give away their position, but it was already known. But they were going to get rushed down by the time they were able to even kind of effectively do so. So, yeah, that one was a little tough. You had 2 isolated 1v1s, and it came down to a single one, like a coin flip at that point. So, great job by J Diddy, basically being a full-on just mix master, unable to be just deterred from finding at least a position where they can flourish. So Toxic Tim, they know they have them isolated over, and now they have to use that dash to be able to get themselves out of the way. The most underused rope in the world, by the way, is right here in topside mid. J Diddy, though, is going to take advantage of a teammate helping them get through these doors.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. Joking, of course. J Diddy trying to roll through a cascade down. A door to get through. They're literally staring at one another. I don't know if they know it. Versatile certainly does. J Diddy will have to think twice. Should think twice. Nothing else developing here because of the stronghold from Team Infinite that we've seen so many times. We've called out the Jacko and Lucid combination on that side. J Diddy wants to crash the party there with a couple there ready and prepared for them. Trap wire hit though, and Lucid able to just cycle around knowing exactly the Cascade had fallen for his trap. You'd think as a Cypher he would know better, but that was not the case. Lucid now trying to dive in as well here, and Team Infinite, well, they're going to have to try to play a retake again. It didn't work last time here, but they do have this opportunity. Hunter's Fury will catch Lucid. Lucid down on the back. Neek tries to cycle around as well. Toxic Tim taken out from a crazy angle there from DTE, it seems, from the minimap. And now it's Sova and Harper here on the top side. Spider going to try to kick things off, but they'll fall to their back. Neek will do the rest. A big round there for Neek as they're able to even things here. DTE, just when you thought Team Infinite was walking away with it. Well, right now we're at even ground.
Yeah, we've had pseudo timeouts really bring in some stellar coaching and just kind of stabilization. That is 5 in a row right now here for Team DTE. After the first 3 were taken by Team Infinite, and they had that 7-5 advantage coming in from the first half, it felt like it was all getting started to run away. And now you see it tied up at 10. This is actually a good position to use this because we're going to be seeing a rifle round. It does look like they're talking about buying up. You see how many creds are going to be left over. They're going to have maybe enough for like a really light buy eco situation if they were to lose it. But there's a ton of cash in the back end of DTE. They have the neural thefts online on both sides. You also have the From the Shadows, but Team Infinite now also has their Hunter's Fury, which really the way that they kind of use that is really to just get some extra intel and lay some damage down in distance. But this DTE squad is now scary, and Team Infinite really has to calm the troops, which is why this timeout's coming through.
Yeah, they can buy for probably at least 2 more rounds after this, maybe
a ton.
3. Yeah. I mean, they've got this absolutely labeled as far as the econ goes. And now when we talk about Team Infinite calling a timeout there, I believe. Either way, a timeout, it doesn't seem like it would benefit Team Infinite at all, the way that DTE's been able to talk it around. Obviously, their captain very active in the conversation. If they have a coach, well, they've been doing big things like you mentioned. So either way, it's not a huge advantage here if Team Infinite were to call it. Either way here, DTE looking to build off this momentum, and they're just going to stack B and perhaps take out Toxic Tim. They're able to cause Spider to fall as well. That's 2, and they should have B side all to themselves. It'll cause a scramble here as Versatile will try to jump into the equation and at least catch one on the way in. And one will fall for DTE, but right now Team Infinite still in a very difficult situation to try to deal with here, but they smoked out the front side, so at least the defense will have a start. Versatile with a crossfire here, trying to catch J Diddy around this corner. Not a lot of damage done. In fact, they took more of the damage there in that fight.
Look at the flank, top side. That's exactly it. Cascade, they came through. Verse is able to find one. They get J Diddy, and then they're able to get rid of another. Cascade had that all planned out as they were running through that mid link unchecked. They waited for everyone to rotate. Verse had to stop and wait for the rest of his teammates to come over, and then Cascade ruined it from behind. What a sandwich play for DTE. They knew they had an intruder in the back lines, and they took advantage of it.
That was fantastic. I mean, you talk about how undetected that was, and I heard you seeing something cooking. I looked up on the screen and I was like, here we go. And to have it be Cascade as well, who's been relatively quiet. I know as a Cypher you're not relied on to get a lot of kills. But I mean, that was such a big play in such a big moment. And, you know, when you have J Diddy popping off, sometimes some of the focus goes there, and Cascade able to swing around for a perfect play. And now Team Infinite, as if they weren't broke enough, now will be very much hurting coming in this next round. DTE up 11-10 and just one round away from that point.
Have way too much cash to be broke forever on the next couple of rounds if it's required. So that means you're seeing some of these force-ups of Guardians and Bulldogs. Team Infinite really paying huge in that Spider. They're going to have a weapon upgrade. And again, they have become wise to the plans of Cascade, always playing away from the majority of pressure. On A, he's on B, trying to see if they can get a pick, and it didn't play out.
Now that the smoke has fallen as well, a chance for DTE to try to push in. It's going to be a very difficult situation, at least more than it has been here. That same combination, we've said it 1,000 times. The Lucid Jacko combo going to deter DTE from wanting to even challenge this. So a couple things that you have to keep in mind here as they're going to go cross map into this rotation. Of course, you have the hold down here currently. As across the way, Spider will be holding down at mid right now, but not finding anybody. Has been Toxic Tim across that sight line as they rotate all the way around attacker spawn for that very reason. And Kreka was very close. In fact, he still is from perhaps being caught out, but the FPS timing as they had to rotate around as the spike is being planted. So now that allows DTE mid control as well. Spider from a distance here. Hunter's Fury able to not only tag one or drop one, but to tag another one as well. Aldron gonna try to capture some of them as they roll onto this retake. Team Infinite was very methodical in the way they were able to start this off. We'll see how they can finish. Kraka gonna be cut up here. Now derped. A couple kills here before they'll drop. Jacko able to turn to Kraka from the rafters, make it 2. Now we'll pull down, throw the fragment, but not in time. Versatile able to turn around and get a couple of kills. And a big retake effort here from Team Infinite. That momentum for Team Infinite started early in that round, so it's a good thing that they were able to finish off with just one member of their team left.
Kraka taking a page out of their teammates' Cascade's book of plays and literally did the exact same thing that we got to see Cascade do just a second ago, and it comes up one short as the main star of this Team Infinite squad Inverse is able to at least see behind them and finally take them down. After allowing 6 in a row, Team Infinite is able to stabilize, and even with a heavy buy-up, they will have at least a few extra rifles with them, one Guardian among them. They do have that that Reckoning that they can be able to give them sight or at least make it difficult for the initial push. You have a Blade Storm, which I don't think that's going to end up being the bot position here. JDD can really afford anything. It could end up just being an option. But, I mean, Barrett, even with the streak of rounds that we saw from DTE, Team Infinite is just as versatile and can be able to bounce back.
Very versatile because of Versatile. Has been Team Infinite. I mean, this is big, right? Their econ still doesn't look great because they've been having to force Spy to get there, but you know in the back of your heads that DTE, I mean, they're creds. They can see those, so they know for a fact that it's going to be a rifle round. There's not going to be a time where they're going to have the advantage on weaponry, so you got to just buy up and hope that you win all these rifle rounds, because if you save, that you're not doing yourself a ton of favors here. So they're going to go for it, and I love it. Right it off the momentum, Team Infinite. We'll see if they can get it done here on the defensive side of things. DTE now. See how they can approach this attack. They had a very promising run here. Their attack has been much stronger than the defense turned out to be. And now we'll try to eyeball the B site to see if they can find anything here on this initial look. It is J Diddy, of course, on this side. Of course, you want J Diddy leading the way. He's been very dynamic, not only from a mind standpoint, but also just straight up mechanics have been different. But can they be different in this engagement here from Spider? Spiders could actually win that battle in the 1v1. It's not what you wanted to see. No, Versatile will drop Cascade as well. 2 on their backs. DTE, not how you draw it up. The Kraka gained 1 back, but at the end of the day, a lot of damage has been done here. A great job to get out of dodge here to at least open up a little bit of space, cause Team Infinite to jump on it. Maybe you can roll onto it afterwards. You called it out, and here it is. As the Reckoning will fall onto it to allow Toxic Tim the chance here. The Cove as well. They're not going to be able to challenge this one. They should be able to stick it. No, they're not able to. A great shock dart there from Derp, able to chase Toxic Tim off of it, but it won't matter. They were able to kill one, but not two. A lot of people dropping, though. You got to be careful with the econ, but so far, so good. Infinite now is going to be the ones on map point.
You got those winners creds, and also if DTE does happen to win, it doesn't matter from here on because they're going to be going over into overtime. So Team Infinite absolutely is able to find some success moving in, and Verse off of not only their Reckoning is able to push some of that pressure back out. DTE had already retreated. They love that high level position to be able to kind of shoot and spam through the wall, but they used the Cove to be able to cover down, and even with the shock darts coming in, which can break through that barrier, they are able to find it halfway, and that really does kind of play the rest. So it looks like they want to rush it out. DTE knows they have the weaponry advantage. Team Infinite, though, has full rifles. They have to stop it here if they don't want to allow overtime to occur.
Oh, they just a storm onto site. It worked for Infinite. We saw one example of that in the first round, and now we'll see an example of it from DTE as they are able to plant this spike. They got to be wary here because Toxic Tim is behind them. With the Blade Storm, they miss, though. They won't get the knives back, but they do get the kill thanks to the swing by Spider in that moment. Otherwise, it could have been extremely bad. It still might be here. Versatile. Oh, not able to win that battle with Derp. That was such a tough sequence there. Couldn't quite control the spray, and how you leave yourself in a vulnerable position as far as the team goes. Lose it. Now paired with the Omen here in Jacko. Gonna bait this one under Sure, but it was all Facade. They were able to jump off in time, and Lucid took out J Diddy in the process. Lucid now not able to get it halfway. Neek able to take them off, making it 3K, and now we head to overtime.
You know, the last time I was here and then we did a spin showcase, I remember the very first round and 2 breaches that hit 40 to 50 kills each on either side.
Yep.
And it was several overtimes deep. Is this just what happens here, Bear? Is this what happens in the first rounds?
You know, it's funny. I was thinking we'd see it in the next match that we're probably going to broadcast with Team Malicious in Majestic, if you remember my statements in the pre-show. But yeah, J Diddy has obviously not only been incredible in game, but apparently has the fan section in chat just absolutely rocking as well. So J Diddy is him. And Versatile, we've seen plenty of plays as well. Like I mentioned, not only is the gunplay just absolutely fantastic, but some of the reason why it is because how strong of a controller he is as well. Yes, it's very possible. Both of these teams led by some of the best, and you love to see it.
Well, gotta win by 2. J Diddy already in this very aggressive position, and they tried to be able to feint and bait by having everyone fade off to that near side wall, and then you had one kind of trailing behind, but J Diddy will not fall early. A lot of numbers here shown on A, and they're going to do the exact same thing that Cascade was doing and put their Cypher Senti out into Library and wait for any kind of rotation, as well as maybe to find themselves a pick to rotate off of. You're going to put the High Tide out as well, and you're going to at least feint that they want to find A if they can get the numbers, but you have 2 lingering out in mid and B to see if they want to rotate early on.
Yeah, Cypher got caught a couple of times, and so, you know, it's a little bit surprised to see them all kind of grouped up in A here for Team Infinite. And in fact, you know, it's not really doing them favors. Toxic Team able to take out one though, and DTE got a couple of members low. They don't have any heals. Neither side do, but you do have a bullet to the face if you're talking to Tim. Derped, take them out. DTE, a chance here. They weren't as strong on the defensive side, so when overtime forces them back onto this side, you feared that maybe it would be an issue. But so far, so good, and it looks like it'll continue to be that way, unless Spider can come up with some heroics here in the last 14 seconds. They do have Spike in hand, but they have 4 to deal with, so DTE now back to map point.
So much high and low and obstacle after obstacle stood in their way, and it felt like Team Infinite actually was just too much in their own head about the extra options they want to give themselves. They had a lot of players that were obviously stacked up to A, and they didn't get any initial picks. In fact, Kratka was able to get rid of one to a 1v3 when everyone was swinging from out in that mid main. And then when you had your two other players, I believe it was Toxic Tim as well as Lucid that were into mid and B, and it felt like they just forced a rotation. Neek is able to get an initial kill. Toxic Tim out of the way, and this may be the beginning of the end.
How? This lineup, they weren't challenging it. They weren't willing to challenge it whenever we saw that entire second half play out. And now suddenly when you're in overtime, you want to attack it, and what you do, you catch him off guard. There it is. It's DTE with the comeback here in this match, as they're able to pull it off 14-12 in overtime and move on the top side of the bracket.
You know, they had that big sprint of 6 rounds in a row. Team Infinite was able to stabilize, find themselves, but it's a full candy cane, as this one was as close as you could really call it and see it. And eventually, DTE, hot like NYC, is able to come out on the other side of a single round of overtime. Congratulations, as they'll be moving on. And sadly for them, their gift is they have to go face off against one of the best teams in the entirety of this Radio Rumble.
Yeah, they certainly do. In fact, we'll cover that and cool off a bit and break down the details in the cooldown. Brought to you by Sprite, Chill, Cherry Lime. This replay, I mean, starting off early, G Diddy doing big things early. And then you thought it fell apart. I mean, Team Infinite, you know, the start for DTE was strong, but Team Infinite, they started to answer after the first 4 rounds or so.
Oh yeah, they really started to heat up, especially because Infinite was looking like they were going to run away with it, and then we had some kind of inference pauses, and you had a lot of outlaw play, but otherwise, this is a squad that was led in big ways by some of the more dynamic 1v1 plays, and eventually they found themselves able to overcome all odds and be able to do it in overtime. That's why DT looking pretty fresh. They just had to find themselves in that second half.
Yeah, I mean, I got to call out what the rest of the chat was dishing out, if you will. I mean, with DTE, a lot of it had to do with G Diddy. G Diddy did it. And, I mean, for every strong player that leads a team, there's a team behind him that's absolutely, him or her, that's absolutely destroying and doing the roles that they need to in order to pull things off. Or creating crazy plays like Cascade did with a couple of lurks there. Just playing the Sentinel exactly how you should, not playing for picks, instead playing for some clever plays. So everybody on this team was able to commit, and even when you're down to map points, you're still able to pull through, just knowing that you have the momentum on your side. You just have to ride it up.
Yeah, and this is also a team that's comprised of, a couple seniors and 3 juniors. So a lot of seniority here for Team DTE to really kind of bring themselves into a big momentum boost, especially for this bracket, but as well as from summer moving into this classic year. So congratulations to them. No worse as well for Verse, who I believe is a sophomore. So there's a lot of talent with that player and a lot to be able to be built in their programs.
Well, that's round 1 out of meta here. We've got the upper quarterfinals going to be on this broadcast as well, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Sprite Chill Radiant Rumble. Welcome back to the Sprite Chill Radiant Rumble, presented by the limited edition flavor of the Sprite Chill Cherry Lime. Get yours at the nearest convenience store. It is delicious. You don't want to miss out on it. Speaking of delicious, making it to the next rounds, quarterfinals, upper brackets. It was DTE that was able to get the job done against Infinite. Let's take a look around the rest of the bracket here as we transition, still on the top side here. We'll see Team Malicious. We talked about them a little bit at the start of the hour, and now we begin to see them against Gorillas in the Mist. So if you thought the 8-9 matchup is going to be great, how about a number 4 seed versus a number 5?
And a bunch of immortals to go along with it. And someone that you called out earlier on is one of our commits in who is going to be fun to see as they're already going to be moving into their first collegiate years. So this is going to ramp up things. I am curious as to actually no, we already have our map that we're going to be going into. So a little bit away from the new age, but the stock standard still comes in. So this one's going to be much more about execution between these two teams.
We went from one of the biggest mid areas that you can kind of maneuver through to no mid at all. So
none.
It'll be binds here is of course what we're talking about, and we head down there now as again Malicious facing off here with Gorillas in the Mist, and Malicious on defense here to kick things off. You see Majestic there with Team Engineers was 4 spin showcase win, CTC win as well, in addition just on the State Book Insight, many other tournaments there too. 2 players named auditioning, 3 now named auditioning, so maybe they're auditioning for the Engineers. That's gonna make life fun.
Okay.
Great.
I am gonna be using agent names. That's what.
Yep.
Auditioning as Viper. Okay. So immediately walking into this one, you see how aggressive and how defensive both of these concepts they're playing immediately into their side. Factor as well as Roblox are gonna be onto the double duelist. Other side, we have double controller with Majestic as an aggressive Senti, and that chamber in particular has been my go-to and my call play for when you want to be counter-insurgent. They can be so tricky to have to work around.
Yeah, it can be. It's no doubt that, especially in a place like Bind, where you know it's pretty cut and dry here. If you want to be able to try to circle around certain setups at this map, well, the only way you can do that is by giving a huge sound cue that you're hitting the teleporters. So mobility a little bit of an issue here in Binds. If you don't have it, it'll be very difficult. But, I mean, nothing's really changed here a whole lot. You see Brims as the main controller here pretty regularly, and sure enough, that's going to be the case. Just so many corners where you can tuck the orbital strike, and the Sky Smokes play so well here. Another thing to note here, too, just being able to... Well, actually, we got a chamber back. So that's new. Love seeing that. That's good news too. And a lot of Sky play too. So to see these agents come back, a little bit has changed here at Bind. And you love to see the creativity that some of these players play in, especially when you get up to this Immortal level.
There's also going to be some forthcoming Sky changes as well for Ultimate, but we're going to leave that for a later day. I love that a Frenzy's already in the hands right now here for Malicious's Sky, auditioning to do some more. They end up... putting a lot of damage down in distance, but they're not going to be able to heal themselves up, as both will just simply walk away saluting one another for not dying in that engagement.
That's a job well done, I suppose.
Almost complete.
Job tentatively complete, and right now the job is looking like it's going to be to hold off the A side, as it'll be the Reyna trying to challenge in here on Chillin', and Lamps trying to wait for that turn, was able to tuck in front of that Leer, so no blind, and instead you're able to walk away with a kill. And now it turns the corner, Roblox showing how they're able to use their mobility, pulling in the rays that we've seen so many times at Bind, and Speeding 9 will add to it, and now you'll see the rotation come around, and now the rest will have to follow. King Copper was able to catch Majestic on his way through as well, and that'll just make things just solidified here on the pistol round for Gorillas, as they'll take it 1-0.
It was looking pretty good for Malicious, and then they quickly saw Gorillas trample on through the teleporter, and everything got separated. And there was a lot of immediate plays, especially onto A, and that made the rotation come over for that initial pistol round. But it was kind of a couple of quirky 1v1s that started everything off, and that were really weird. So Majestic couldn't be able to get a kill off of some of that chamber positioning, and that ends up allowing Gorillas to have this first win, that first pistol. And you know, I'm not at all surprised with playing cheeky initially off of round number 2. Look how deep they are with Spike, and then seeing if they can draw a lot of early rotation from Malicious.
This guy's got Brimstone behind, so I mean, nothing really came of it. In fact, they got put on their backs instead. Majestic with the Headhunter grabs 1. Not able to grab 2. Majestic instead will back off a little bit here, playing Chamber this time around. I can't remember a time here at Stay Plugged In. He's been around for at least a year and a half, maybe 2 years, where he's not been on Raze on this map. So that's definitely notable. When somebody's auditioning for your role, it almost feels like.
3 of them, all auditioning for the same role. It's going to be a 4v2 as all the gorillas are going to come out. I don't know exactly what a group of gorillas is called. I'm sure I'm going to Google that here soon. But they all stumble and bumble and parade out of showers. And now you have one of our 3 auditioners on this Viper. A 1v4. Not expected to win. In fact, they'll take some immediate damage. And all they can really do is look at their Kraber and hope they can get at least someone to have to rebuy a light or heavy shield.
Yeah, because you got a troop of gorillas coming at you.
Ah, there you go.
Just confirmed it. I didn't know that in advance. But you got it. Save you the trouble, you know.
Appreciate that.
Auditioning, gonna try to catch them on the way through. 17 HP. Oh, you took out 1. There you go. And that's mission accomplished at that point. And so now we're gonna try it. Hey, why not? Do you have time? Diffusal halfway through. You might land this right now. Oh. No, not able to do it. 0.63 seconds was the difference. I was literally, my skin was crawling if he was able to get that diffusal, but instead Gorilla was able to go 2-0 nonetheless.
That is called eczema. I have several lotions if you need some recommendations. But yeah, that one actually came a little bit too close. If there was any extra pep in the step, they might have been able to steal that round away from the gorillas, but they will walk away, I think, with at least a couple of extra rifles. This will be a not too healthy bonus, and yet Malicious, let's see if they can do much more with it. They've not been able to do too much too early here. And I really want to see how they get some of this extra engagement from Majestic, but it's going to be holding this premium garden position off of their Sky. That's pretty much where you're often and always going to put your Sky onto site B, because they can use that guiding light to get some quick intel. And in counter to that, Pathfinder's going to check the corner, and they know it's safe to at least press up if they want to.
We'll take that advantage to go B long. Push up right into Garden. Although that Sky is still looking to hold them off whenever they do work their way through. Pain shells will deter Sky backwards a little bit. Now in the Sky smoke. Pulls through, gets a couple kills. There is the Viper that does a little bit of damage, but you want to see those shots being landed afterwards. Otherwise, you see Ron swinging around. Ron Burgundy, a 3K nonetheless here for Malicious, as they're able to pull it back within 1.
I'm pretty sure I'll check the replay. I think Preacher went to go knife fight him. Just swung in his face. But good on Ron to not be baited into such a noble feat, as Gorillas will let one through, and Malicious simply kind of stand their ground. There's a nice flooding, and honestly there was a lot of kind of requiring of those guiding lights off of the Sky to just kind of slow them out. Now, it was a little bit awkward, especially because they wanted to press out from that elbow position, and it did not play out how they wanted to. Too many targets, too much of the time, and then when the teleporter comes open, Majestic is able to get a trade, but that's going to be King of Copper that comes through. And now Ron is deep into this position, and Factor makes them a non-factor.
The X Factor comes through, the hammer drops down. Majestic able to pick up another kill because they were disciplined enough to back up whenever they got killed the first time, or whenever they got shot at the first time. But the second time he shot at, he will fall, as Roblox was able to take them out. X Factor to plant. Viper's gonna try to swing here. It does check in and was able to tag one, as they look to maybe post up towards Lamps, Roblox that is. X Factor joined in for a combo effort. If they push together, they're gonna catch King Copper. So they gotta make sure they look the right way. Fake the defusal. We'll pull off King of Copper first, but now you have 2 to deal with, and you grab Roblox first. Great idea. A second one as well. The Viper is taking this audition seriously. And we'll get the last couple of kills here in this round to push back even at 2 for the Sprite Chill clutch.
Straight center stage. Oh my goodness. That was a wonderful idea on the side of Gorillas, but was even more mindful for this auditioning Viper to not get baited into chasing the phantom of that dismissal from X Factor. Instead, they swung right back over into their duelist counterpart, got rid of Roblox, and then it became a 1v1, and there was just too much ice in the veins, too much chill for that Sprite Chill moment. So shout out over to him. We're gonna go 2-2. Gorillas now, they have a lot of ultimates online. I wanna see if they maybe weaponize this into a Thrifty.
You got the talent to do so. If they can organize, it'd be even better. Majestic, just a little bit high. You don't see that very often. Now they will dance around this wall. Bit of a jiggle peek, jump peek. Now with the Leer outs, almost caught that operator. Imagine if they're able to circulate that, but there's so many coming through. They didn't even realize Hookah was being occupied, but Majestic does. He was able to fall back and grab Roblox before he's able to do any damage. And now you have to hang out in Hookah while all the rest are long and being taken out again by no other than Majestic himself. And now we're left with just 2 here. Malicious only saw 1 fall before now they're trapped in Hookah. Sure to be surrounded here at this point. There's nowhere to go. If you back out, you're walking right into the hands of Raze, who doesn't have the boombot. Otherwise, you can clear this. Or at least jump in with the distraction. So how will Gorillas play this here? Now at this point, they know where you are. Just try to grab them when they come through. Unfortunately, looking the wrong way. But now peek the corner here, tries this 1v1 battle. All this is just a formality at this point. Malicious has got them surrounded. You figured it was a matter of time before they fall. Speedy 9 will take out 1 in the process, but not 2. That'll be Majestic's 4K and a 3-2 lead here for Malicious.
You would think with all of the extra chipping and just abuse that was happening down in distance from X Factor that Majestic might give up on defending the long B position, but no, they simply kind of waited it out and they played beautifully alongside their Sky, who was able to give them that guiding light. And let's talk about the weapon flip that happened. They brought out the operator off after the re-engage from the guiding light blind, and then immediately went over to the headhunter and were able to lay out X Factor alongside him. So that was a great steady defense for Malicious to not completely give up space and make it difficult for the Gorillas to do anything. But they're not going to go into this rifle round. Auditioning very brazenly, taking that, and so many bullets being used. Finally, X Factor gets the better of them.
You see him trying to control that spray as you're going from right to left about as far as you can imagine. That's unfortunately not a very good look because it was just so awkward. Maybe not anticipating that was your downfall at that point. Try to get the readjustment, but you just don't feel like there's enough time, quite frankly, when you're in that moment. I get it. And now it's left up to the Gorillas to try to work off of this. Their troop looking to move forward. So they have 2 looks at this A side. 1 down short and 1 down, or through showers, rather. The back off here from Malicious, they think that Gorillas is rotating around here. You see all 3 of them, or 3 of them out of the 4 trying to jump around, but Majestic left by a lonesome. And a possible 1v5 situation. Did not like that look. Perfectly tucked out in time, but Copper will snuff him out nonetheless. Attack of the Gorillas. We'll be able to get this plant down before anybody can strike. And we'll see this Brimstone creeping up through heaven, but everything's blocked off. The Brim smokes. That's where we said the utility comes in handy, as Ron has no sightline on this return. And now we'll have 3 versus the 5 here, Hill Monkey Man, and perhaps a prayer, unless they can be smart about this. Not a lot of util was used early in this one, so Malicious really does have the opportunity to make something of it, but only able to grab 1 was Ron. All the rest will fall. Copper will secure a 3K in the process, and Gorillas have drawn back even.
Get rid of Majestic, and they turn Site A into Planet of the Apes, a full takeover, and I think they also thieved that operator, at least fell out of the hands out of Majestic. But if you're any good chamber, like we've seen out of Majestic, you often are kind of flip-flopping between having your op and having your tour de force, which, you know, shout out to the Frenchmen. They're trying to run their own Olympiad over here, as Majestic does look like they're going to be sitting into their tour de force at this 3-3 mark. There's a lot of ultimates online here from Malicious. They can really make this difficult for Gorillas to get to any site.
First, I want to ask chat, and then I'll ask you. The Olympic opening ceremonies.
Crazy.
They went from metal, like metal music, to opera, and it was just my favorite thing. Like, just the artwork. Almost reminded me of Assassin's Creed a little bit. We're not sponsored, by the way, but
Shut up.
it was wild, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, if you missed it, go check it out. There's a replay somewhere. But it was a full-fledged form of all of the arts. And Majestic is going to try and turn a single pixel into an art form for whoever wants to engage, but they are using not only the smokes but the blinds to full effect.
Oh.
But Majestic is using a tour de force like a shotgun, puts it straight into the side of Preacher, and now they're going to try and force them to disengage. As that Spike is behind enemy lines, auditioning off of this Viper, is able to find another one, and these gorillas are slowly falling as there's only one left to go.
Oh man, auditioning around both of them. Sky and Ray is able to get the job done here with the Thrifty. Part of that Thrifty was was because Majestic was just tour de force, didn't have any other backup. And look, right back to the operator. You're right. They literally just switched back and forth between the two. And the way that Majestic was able to use it as a shotgun, hey, look, Monkey Man, you know what I gotta say to that? Don't judge.
Don't judge. Oh my gosh. Don't judge. Just
Don't judge.
Tour de force. I got you.
All right, Bucky?
Yeah.
All right, I'm done.
By the way, if you guys did not see Gojira with headless and Marie Antoinettes as a medal showcase, please go check that out. It was. Imagine not knowing the Olympics were coming to Paris. And you just looked up as a Frenchman going, what in the world is happening?
It's wild out there. Stay safe, my friends.
Oh.
Safe right now is the Sky behind everything. They couldn't see him tucked behind that. Sky Smoke was so smart, but you couldn't get the third one. A bit of a miss shot there. But at least you did some damage in the process, so you can't say it was all for nothing. Ron will try to collect even more, but you got 3 lined up. A firing squad right when you try to break through. Making it very difficult here for Majestic with just his lonesome against 2 other members of the Gorillas. I wouldn't call it a troop, but I would call it a pairing. And you just got to be careful with every single step here, especially when you're working with the operator. There's no other pistol in hand either. You got the classic to deal with if you don't land these shots. And you got the smoke to deal with. They're going to come down soon. He knows this headhunter out. Forgot about that. But X Factor's going to find out real quickly. And now the trademark needs to go and challenge this. Tries to fake it to pull them out of the corner. They know they're an elbow. That's the good news. But can Majestic go ahead and get it to half before they're able to turn this corner is the question. And there's the turn and not able to do so. 9 able to come out and play it perfectly. Majestic looked up, but it just wasn't enough.
That was such patient play. They expected the fake, and speeding 9 just simply did not bite. They know that, especially because you can barely hear the utility, but they place that trademark down, waiting for something to spin in from that defensive side doorway. And instead, they replanted down, walked it up, and then they denied them the reaction to be able to TP away. So very, very smart. And we end up with a 4-4 position. And we were talking about the 8-9 seed, and that one went to a single OT, 14-12 ender for DTE. This one has been just as close, swings of momentum on both sides.
Greatness from both sides. Very minimal mistakes as well, which you expect, anticipate whenever you get to this. Even this stage of the series, especially with how many talented teams we have, and that's exactly what we've seen. And right now we're seeing showers being blocked off here by the Sky Smoke, which isn't exactly the ideal spot there. Maybe even a little bit rushed, but it still was able to deter the Gorillas from wanting to hit that spot. As they play default, they already know, if you're Gorillas, that Malicious have a couple lined up on that A site. You heard, well, you not only saw the Brim smokes, you also heard Rays as well get rid of some of that util early to try to deter them from showers. I believe the paint shells have been used. Risha holding off in the meantime. You see the couple over Gorillas on the B side as well. In addition to that, they actually took out one in Cubby, so now that'll force Malicious to think about it again and try to push it down. But look as the TP is going to shift from B to A, but Majestic is going to actually give you the judge this time. Hey, I'm going to go ahead and use the actual shotgun and get a couple of kills, and then follow it around with Rays. The auditioning Rays able to jump in and add to the kills as well. Speeding 9. Oh, they turn turn it on its head. The Viper gets in on it as well. Malicious back on top again, and we go back and forth yet again.
Even off the initial pick, when they got the Sky down on that B cubby side, they thought, okay, that's going to force them to rotate away. That is why you anchor. That is exactly why you stay the course and you see what the response is, not just from the defense, but from the attacking side. And it's Majestic that ruined all the plans of the Gorillas. They've seen that kind of idea before, and they're able to snuff it out. And X Factor as well, we get to see kind of the complement of an Empress that does not go away now. You don't have a time limit. You can actually have that full threat for the entirety of that round, but it's now going to be an eco. Ron's going to throw out that Molly, and they're going to have to walk their way through, which means a lot of people about to die pretty quick.
No, that's what we saw. Raze down 2, and Gorillas just walked into a trap.
Yeah.
They are caged at the zoo, and it was all courtesy of that Raze to some degree, and the rest of the util that just called them out by storm. And so finally we see a 2-round lead. We haven't seen that since the 2-0 Hell Monkey Man. And credit to Malicious, and no other than Majestic Nuts on top right now to make it that 6-4 count.
Just going nuts out there. Just going crazy. We're going to see another rifle round. It's going to be a lot of ultimates still here for Gorillas, as they do have the Orbital Strike. You also have Seekers, which, by the way, I saw that Seekers might be getting an extra set of Seekers whenever they decide to redo things. So we get to see how that goes. Majestic gets traded as X Factor will pressure them down. Looks like they want to try and do some more. And the Orbital Strike does find purchase onto the skies. So Malicious already dropping a couple players, and there's still a showstopper in the hands of Gorillas if they want to find another pick or a secure for some of this post plant.
Like Roblox thinks they've seen something showstopper in hand. The shot unfortunately couldn't get the right angle. It doesn't matter. Roblox pops off anyways. And then look at the 2K. That is what I'm talking about. When I say that if you make a mistake, you got to keep your head in the game. And they did a great job to get the couple of kills here. And it's left to just Ron and a prayer as Gorillas did wonders here to find a strong answer after that last round.
Beautiful takeover by the Gorillas. That one being met with a nod from heaven by Harambe. And we go down to our final round here of the first half. How does Malicious want to meet it? You still have Seekers available, and they also have a completely unused Viper Pit that can really deter Gorillas if they want to go to any one site. It looks like they're going to be leaning them over towards B. They are combined with their fellow auditioner of their Sky, so that means they're going to allow for, I guess, the Gorillas to kind of run into Majestic, but they're going to be playing this kind of on two different fronts. They have at least the spike leaned over towards B, but it looks like they want to try and take over Showers and just turn this into a much shorter field.
You want to play the Seekers first before you want to pull that Viper's Pit here in the last round of the first half. You got to use it. But Gorillas is going to know exactly where you are because of the Neuro Theft on the other side here for Gorillas too. So a bit of a mind game. The stalemate is a pure cause of who wants to have the 200 IQ right now. Majestic said, I'm not going to use my I'm going to use my shotgun instead, this time around at least. And able to take out one, but then fell. Trades all left and right. Copper, the last one here for Gorillas, but they might have an opportunity here before they collapse in order to get the one-on-one situation, but it's just not happening. No, the crossfire is too strong. The Viper comes around. Viper Pit a little bit, I mean, they did pull it at the end of the round there, but either way, it'll be Malicious up 7-5.
That is me using my Viper Pit. I identify with that Viper. I'm like, hey guys, all right, I want to save it for like, it's cutting off this. But I also might want to keep it. That's me right there. Oh my gosh. Well, you know what? They got to use it. And it kind of goes to show that they were never pressured into having to slow down Gorillas in one way or another. There was a lot of great IGLing being done by Majestic. And Ron honestly ends up, just like any good Brim does, kind of stabilizing the field, using the Sky Smokes as well as their Molly to really combo engage with this squad. Now I want to see how this team is able to kind of continue their momentum against Gorillas, because Gorillas, they're going to have to win off of theft of space, especially in a double duelist concept.
This guy on the attack, I don't know if you saw this, but a no shield and a classic, meaning that they're going to bring in Trailblazer. They're going to bring in Guiding Light as well. They'll have a lot of util in their hands in order to try to push onto this B side. Here's what we'll keep an eye on that here in the pistol round. The Viper will take out X Factor first, so attack already a right move in the right direction at least. Meanwhile, you have the Chamber lurking on the other side. Sentinel, of course, with a Headhunter opportunity to try to get a couple of picks and force a rotation if they lost the original fights. But right now, you get the heals as well from the regrowth. So now you just have the Sky on the other side who's damaged, who can't regrowth herself. So the HP advantage here very heavily malicious. So is the number of players still left on it. And although 9 was in the perfect position, they still get that kill. But now they're snuffed out. Now they know where they are. So a bit of a sacrifice for a little bit of intel there, which will pay off here for malicious to make it now this 3-2 scenario. But the Sky very low too. So that'll at least allow an opportunity until Majestic took that away. So now Preacher, be wise to try to find that Sky first, but instead you're going to find that Chamber regardless. We'll talk to the Cubbies, see if they can't at least win that exchange. Nope, you're dealing with the Headhunter, much more accurate weapon. Even from that short distance where it doesn't matter as much, it still does. 3K there off the bat for a Majestic to push him up to 17, 8, and 2. That'll be another pistol round win as well for Malicious. That's their second of the map. And Gorillas now find themselves down with the biggest deficit in this map, which is only 3.
We got to see earlier a comeback by DTE in such a situation, especially when they ramped up the second half early rounds from Team Infinite. Also, it may goes to show my focus of highlights and where some of the early momentum comes from a lot of these players. I forgot we had a Cypher on the field. That's on me. And already, because of a wall bang, Roblox is stuck. Because of that outlaw puts 140. They're able to still get a kill with Majestic, and so they're going to roll back and they're going to replenish those shotguns, but they're going to try and swing from out of showers. Can they actually take Majestic by surprise? It will kind of depend on this timing, but you also have a war of two fronts because it's happening over in Garden as well.
Yeah, it sure is. Beating having to deal with the Trailblazer, that's why you bring that in again. They can't swing it, though. And the Rise in the Sky combined for 2 more. Gorillas down, left into a 4v2 situation. Plant will go down here, Hill Monkey Man.
It's a 2v4. You have them both from an attacker side position. They do not have the weapons, which means you're really just gonna be able to take advantage of this. You actually have that outlaw looking straight down and to market. And that's easy cleanup. Malicious at 9, and they're gonna have a very healthy bonus with 5 survivors here, Bear. We get to see Gorillas now. How can they mentally kind of keep themselves in a good position as they're going to be going into rifles? But I mean, there's not a lot of rebuy. This is a very healthy eco for Malicious regardless.
It is. The target's got to be on Majestic's back here.
Yeah.
If you're Gorillas, you want to be able to take out that threat first, not only because of the scoreboard you see in front of you where it's basically been him for a majority of at least the KDA fronts, but also the weaponry he has by being Chamber alone has been very difficult to deal with in addition to that. So I know a lot of plays have come from other places from Malicious, but sometimes when you hit the leader of the mob, you know, sometimes they'll falter. And now the battle, the trenches, if you will, for this round seem to be tucked up here on A short. And the Cubby would be a dangerous spot to pursue, but because you see the Sky tucked away down there. Roblox knows better than the challenge here. Will instead just watch over. Eventually they will find smokes there on the shower side. So now that the util goes down, that was the cue here for Malicious to start moving towards this B site. And if you figure, Hell Monkey Man, if these 3 are auditioning for the spot, maybe in the engineers, whatever they might be, maybe if it's Team Malicious and stays that way, they've still got a decent shot of doing that, how they've been able to play it. Copper will have his hands full too. Not only does he hear them from Hookah, he hears them from Garden and Long as well, and you're going to be trapped there as they just absolutely hound down on this B site. And Speeding 9 tries to speed around in order to find some support, and the rest of the team will try to follow suit, but the spike has been planted here, and a retake going to be necessary in order to try to hold this off. Gorillas on the defensive side here. Oh my, everybody falls. Copper wishes his team had been a little bit more patient in order to challenge this because they had a great sightline behind tucked in elbow. And instead, they will eventually find Majestic like we said they needed to, but it was well too late. This swing comes around as well. Malicious now running away with it.
Yeah, this is the exact time as well that we had kind of a pseudo timeout when it was kind of a tech pause situation in our previous match, but it was a 10-5, and this is when we saw it finally get flipped on its head in the opposite side. We're not seeing any slowdown right now here, Bear. And if you are, in fact, auditioning to maybe take over the spot that Majestic is vacating and or is going to be going over to, you want a callback. And so you need to have some callback be remembered about you. Majestic is the one person that everyone is thinking about. You're going to walk straight through those extra Renee's, and Majestic will find another one off of the Outlaw, and then Auditioning is just pressing the advantage against Roblox. It becomes a quick plant, and they are separating both of the remaining Gorillas.
All right, getting confident, and it rightfully so. I mean, you've been playing so well. There's no reason you should be able to get that kill on Preacha. That's just frustration play in my eyes here defensively for Gorillas. That's not a mistake that I've seen Preacha make in the past. Unfortunately, caught the tail end of it. And when it rains, it pours. Speeding 9 had the shotgun at close range and couldn't get the kill on, well, the Viper, who had the Phantom, which is better at a distance. Well, I guess it's better no matter where you go, but either way. The shot he had hit, he still couldn't land the short kill. So, again, more of that frustration on full display. So it feels more and more here like Malicious has the comeback, or sorry, has the runaway here, and Gorilla's a very long shot for the comeback. But if it were to happen, Hail Monkey Man, who's the one to lead the charge in order to get it done?
I mean, that's been kind of trading back and forth. We've seen X Factor and Roblox, especially as the duelists have their times to shine, but defensively, duelists, unless they are effectively not just taking over space, but also winning fights, then you'll see them be able to promote. But Roblox is just not doing that. We got to see Copper be able to really kind of step up to the plate. That's a massive kill again as Auditioning and the Rays is able to find a big one. Speeding 9, though, has had their moments, and they do so right here, even if it's a blind Odin spam. Bless out the Odins, and then a distraction. Ron is able to get rid of King of Copper, and that leaves, again, just 2, and Preacha behind his, well, in his own spawn lines and just not able to do much.
And yeah, the rest are finished off here. At that point, we'll go Malicious. And, you know, when you're in ranks and you have one last hurrah, and you're trying to just, like, find any means necessary to find a comeback, sometimes the Odin sprays, just the Odin lineup can do it. But this team is just way too experienced, especially with Majestic alone. I know that. So if Majestic is giving you a chance to audition, I guess, is the way that I see it. You know, you figure that they're going to have the skill level to not fall for that type of thing. And of course, it was mission accomplished here for Malicious, or sorry, it was objective complete. And after this round, I imagine it probably will be mission complete, especially with the amount of eco that Gorillas had to pour into that last round in order to give themselves even a decent opportunity. Well, the Boombot into Hookah. We've seen that once or twice over the course of Valorant. So look at that turn, though. Copper. A 1-2 punch.
All right.
Wants to silence the crowd here.
To get 2, but then they're caught off angle. They're being a little bit too aggressive, and they think they have to run it down in order to find some advantage, but that's still only one player down here from Gorillas. Malicious down to just a couple, and they're actually going to reconvene with... There is actually, in case no one knew, there is actually one player on this team really named Auditioning. But apparently we have a bunch of people that all want to be on the main stage. So we'll get to see maybe if that's a glitch or otherwise. But they will connect together. And I think they want to strike over towards B. The biggest thing they don't want to do is give away good guns over to Gorillas, which is something they can already pick up on. You're going to have this hard hold here by X Factor. Can they pop a head or two? They do. They have the operator. They swing right back into it. They use the dismissal to run away. They're all of a bait because Speeding 9 cleans it up.
All right, there's the coordination that we wanted to see. And frankly, we did see through the first 12 rounds when we found ourselves even. Well, it was the first 10 rounds even. And then Malicious started running away at that point. Literally, Gorillas was stuck at 5 for the entirety of that. I mean, that was legitimately 6 rounds straight to head up to 12 and 5 there for Malicious. And Gorillas have not had an answer. Finally, they're able to kind of feed off of one another instead of, like you mentioned, trading off who wants to do damage. Instead, it's now the full team wants to do damage. And the way that you do that is by working together. And at least their eco will be all right for this last push. But Malicious now looking to just close the deal. Perhaps they went a little bit aggressive last round just to close it out to see if they could. But they still will have plenty of creds in the tank You want to buy round after round, so you got to keep winning these rifle rounds, and it's hard to do that when Majestic is taking you out. Now Showstopper as well from the Rays, didn't quite land on it though. So where they were, try to jump on it accordingly. Behind boss, Spike should be planted here, but Roblox gonna take out one here to make it an even 4-4 if it's gonna be a retake. Viper's Pit, you knew it was coming. It was in the pocket of Malicious. They wanted to close out early in last round. It was not to be, but this time around, it seems more and more like it might be. Copper trying to get there as well. Copper, a couple of kills here. The orbital strike tried to deter them, but the Gorillas just keep pushing forward. In fact, this will be a defusal. Here the Gorillas able to get onto it. So the Viper's Pit not even going to be able to deter the Gorillas from keeping onto it. But Malicious will make it a little bit more difficult to buy here for Gorillas. So once again, you win another round, but are you winning the war?
They're slowly nickel and diming them, but you know, Gorillas, I don't know how, you know, normal it is for a regular Gorilla to know finance, but they're able to continuously just hard buy. And the fact that they walk straight into that Viper Pit and are able to just ignore the flopping Molly, because you saw the combination of the Orbital Strike plus Molly going into that lineup. They just ignored whenever it was going to be coming down and just went hard held after half of that went down. Otherwise, we could be talking about a different story. So Gorillas, through the never-ending just force of human will, are able to keep this one into round number 20. Malicious should not be scared as of yet. They still have a lot of extra resources that are going to work for them, but Gorillas much the same. They also have the Empress and the Showstopper if they want to really get some extra lethality, and they're going to slow things down at the door here on B.
Speedy 9 still taking this position here on Hookah. Very confident that they don't have anybody rotating around and into it. I know the angle kind of holds up, but that's a quick turn for your rifle if you want to, if they don't clear that corner, or if they do clear that corner. So they're very confident in the fact that maybe they won't try to challenge Hookah, but Malicious on this B side. Hearing Majestic just make noise there on the A side, but nobody's there. It was all a ruse. Factor, though, and Speeding 9 able to take out a couple. So, again, they rotate around. It's like Malicious took a little bit too long in order to develop that towards the B side. It was a perfect fake to grab a lot of room there. But now they're trying to inch their way back. Another couple of kills here from Malicious. They've evened the counts here at 3. And they still have a chance to plant this spike with 10 seconds left on the clock. And now it's going to be a Showstopper, but they weren't able to land it. The 4K from the Rays. Majestic will clean it up. Of course, he's the one that finished it. Also, it'll be Malicious finishing the job 13-7 over Gorillas.
It was feeling like it was meant to be until it absolutely wasn't. You actually had a stellar play. They were giving up Hookah because they had that nice cross, and then it was actually Speeding 9 who was chilling there with a judge. They got an initial pick, but then they just couldn't identify that they were holding that hard cubby. You went for the Showstopper to be able to plant them out, but otherwise, Bear, this one ends up going much more authoritatively for Malicious at the hands of Majestic, but with a pretty good group of auditioners backing them up.
No doubt about it. That's 3 of them just absolutely putting in work. Even this guy, the 9-11 mark in KD, had 12 assists. So using the utility to their absolute full degree. And it was very even to start things off, Hill Monkey Man. I mean, it was back and forth for the first 10 rounds. It took a little bit of time for Malicious to get it together. Maybe they were just auditioning and then finally caught a vibe towards the tail end there.
Yeah, you know, sometimes when you're auditioning, you have to figure out, all right, what kind of, are you going to be complacent, you going to be passive? How much can we rely on you? Well, they found some highlight moments for literally everyone. If not for Majestic, auditioning actually of the Rays would have had an ace to end out the entirety of it. So you have some ideas depending on if this is going to be the main set of seniors, by the way. Everyone that was auditioning, I think they were that senior mark. So of who wants to be able to fill in the big shoes of Majestic going to this next academic year.
No doubt about it. Well, that's the conclusion of this match. We'll head into the semifinals a little bit, but it's time to cool off and break down the details with the cool down brought to you by Sprite, Chill, Cherry, Lime. And yes, Majestic able to move on to the next round. We'll get to the bracket on the other side of the break, but we also do want to remind you that as a viewer, you have a voice in which clips are going to make the top 5 in a segment we like to call Chill. You can type it's Sorry, I always want to say exclamation point. It is not. It is actually hashtag chill. Hit hashtag chill. Type that into chat whenever you see a big play develop from one of these players and you want to highlight them in a top 5. Even if you're here in chat and you made the play, you know what? Whatever. It's going to be hashtag chill. Type it in chat and you'll have your chance to be featured on this segment in tomorrow's pre-show. Hell Monkey Man, it'll be Malicious moving on, and we'll see more action here momentarily. We haven't even gotten to see the first number 1 seed, Hell Monkey Man, Spin Avengers. Eventually, we'll get a sneak peek of them as they continue to run the top side of the bracket.
Honestly, I liked having that as kind of almost like a promised gift, because you know the number 1 seed is expected to do well, but you want to be able to see as a great of a highlight of the rest of the field as possible to see what other kind of journeys are going through this awesome Sprite, Chill, Radiant, Rumble, and everyone else is doing a fantastic job so far. We've got some pretty deep matches, and I can't wait for the semis.
No doubt about it. Malicious has punched their ticket to play Spin Avengers, and WoW's Little Pug Stars and Hebron High School are actually on the other side. So we'll see which matchup we'll have featured here on this broadcast. You'll have to sit and wait with us as well, as we'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to Stay Plugged In's coverage of the Sprite Chill Radiant Rumble here on the Stay Plugged In channel. Again, joining me is Hail Monkey Man. My name is Bearlight, and we move on to the winners semifinals, where we'll see the team that we just saw in just a moment here. Malicious moving on from Gorillas there, and Spin Avengers acting like a #1 seed as they're able to move on. So we'll see coverage of that matchup. On the other side, though, our teams that we haven't really mentioned, WoW's Little Pug Stars is coming in here with another all-star with Leone on that squad. They're going up against Hebron High School, who has made their way from a #6 seed.
Yeah, this is actually one of the tighter seeding kind of differentials because Skibbity Squadtron, shout out to the name, ended up actually as the higher seed and losing. So Hebron really trying to prove themselves. But we're gonna go in to Lotus here between Malicious as well as the Spin Avengers. And I was asking you earlier because I was kind of curious about what we would maybe end up seeing Majestic on, and they're already floating Clove, but it looks like they will kind of go into a controller position as Ron is actually going to fade away from controller and then the double controller from the bind, and they're going to sit on KJ.
Yeah, I mean, that's anyway, look out. There it is, locked in. Majestic able to settle into that role. Yeah, KJ for Ron is correct. And here at Lotus, makes sense to pull in a KJ here for this moment. And then we saw a Raze and a Viper here as additioning moving in. Here at Lotus, it makes sense as well. We see a lot of times when you try to take control of Rubble on the A side, you want to have a Viper there for that wall. And of course, we've seen that plenty of times. Meanwhile, on the other side, All-Stars for days. Bobstar, also a Coca-Cola All-Star here on the Stay Plugged In network, pulling in a fade here to get some of that extra intel. And Mookie on the Neon there, Hell Monkey Matt.
Yeah, that is going to be very telling. That means Mookie's going to be running into the fray, and they're going to be having to do that off of the back of not just Comey's extra cloud burst, but as well as what they can get from their fade as their initiator threats. I do like fades on this map because the prowlers can be so disruptive of some of your hard corner positioning, and I know that we have 22 characters in this game,
Yeah.
but there is not a single agent here that is the same, which is actually a rarity in most cases. So shout out to everyone pushing a bit of variety.
Yeah, and eventually, as we introduce more and more agents, in fact, we were just talking off stream about how they're coming out with another one here pretty soon here. And it's going to be like League of Legends, where eventually, well, I mean, not exactly in the banning system, at least not yet. So let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Maybe.
But in the sense that we're probably not going to see as many agents be repeated over the course of games because there's just so many different ways to play. It's one of the reasons why I love this game with a passion. Their maps are changing for the better, like we mentioned. Their agents are just opening up all the possibilities in addition to that, and that's what we love to see in a game like this. And now with so many all-stars to show off how they can be incorporated as well for the Spin Avengers here on this pistol rounds, as they'll try to break through to get the first momentum rolling here. Rascal will draw first blood of the map, but it'll be answered quickly back by Malicious, as we saw so many times in the last round as well.
Ooh. Wow. The immediate retake being found by Malicious. Fantastic work overall, as Spin Avengers thought that they were able to kind of clear sight and go through, but it's not going to be the same kind of round one that Avengers had in a 13-4. This one, Malicious is very measured, very ready to go. And I feel like even though that we have the very fast footwork of a Neon with Mookie, Komi Bomi is going to be the main star to at least initiate, especially off of a lot of those dashes. Mostly, I think, to bait a lot of extra util that the Avengers set up off of their Cypher.
That's a solid point. And for Spin Avengers, that's exactly their play. I've seen this a handful of times. When you look at the other side of the coin, though, in Malicious, one of the things that I noticed was that Majestic on Clove, you get a lot of the value of Clove out of them dying, and Majestic just doesn't die that often. So I'm wondering, what was the case there? But with Spin Avengers, I mean, eventually they're going to put him on his back pretty frequently. But it's Malicious to start the job off here, able to catch the pistol welding Spin Avengers here early on the attack, trying to inch their way towards a site. They still want to be focused on marching this way. Although Spike hasn't rolled that way yet, it is still Gecko with a couple of rolls back and forth in a flawless round to clean up as anticipated. Well, maybe not anticipated flawless, but the round one nonetheless, and Malicious up 2-0.
I have to guess this is the same person that was also playing Sky, and that particular Sky was very measured about how well they played off of Majestic on Bind. So you know that that combination is going to be very dirty. And I said Cypher a little bit ago, I meant to say the opposite with KJ, because KJ's initial util kit can be able to be baited, especially if you get the swarm grenades to go out as well as the alarm bot. But Spin Avengers, yeah, I want to see how they can. They're gonna have to run this a little bit kind of raw at times, especially because you have to get the Prowlers as well as the Haunt to come out from their fade to really get immediate intel, and that can be just quickly killed. So you don't have a lot of good info that can be gained too initially, but efficiency is the key here. They're gonna rush it down into B. Kobe Bomi's taking over space. They saw one. They did not stick around for the fight, and Ron catches them from behind.
It was an interesting choice to throw the Haunt just in the middle of the room. That way you could get the Prowlers out to try to chase them down on the backside, but when you're chasing, you're falling. And Rascal able to take out Auditioning the Rays addition there momentarily. Bombstar will fall, though, to the Nano Swarm, it would appear. This 1v1 situation, Ron, or 2v1 situation. Oh, he turns on it, Rascal, and that's an all-star. You see him, and you see him do work. Spin Avengers able to steal that round away with the last second kill there by the Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Star.
Shout out to Rascal for taking advantage of that, because they were definitely outgunned, but they were not outplayed. In fact, it was the tiniest micro movement that was made between the two players of Malicious, where they wanted to high-low stack with each other on that ramp running up into C, but the timing of it allowed for Rascal to take advantage. That is how you clutch up in those key moments. They're gonna try and thieve some space. Don't allow A to be any kind of free playground here. Rascal finds two. No, they can't quite get Auditioning off of that Gecko.
It was close, though, and we saw it the round prior, so we were just anticipating it might be the case. Comey and Dami able to combine for a back-to-back sequence. Leaving it into the hands here of 4 Avengers and just 2 for the count of Malicious, including Ron, the KJ, and the Viper with a quick pick off. I mean, to turn that corner, you are absolutely in a disadvantaged place. You're still able to pull that off. Now the Viper couldn't catch it. Mookie able to catch him with a bullet here. It's left to just Ron. We've seen situations like this. And we've also seen clutches do just that, but the Haunt's gonna go ahead and call them out. And 2 in a row. Oh, they lined up just for Ron in that situation. Now it's trying to spam through. You don't want to lose this opportunity. You don't. You take advantage of it. The 3K here for Ron. What a play there. And now we'll make it 3-1 here for Malicious after that Sprite chill clutch.
Ron, with the way that the chimes roll in off of each of those picks coming through, they are just ding-donging the bell of death against each of these Spin Avengers. Wow. That, again, the numbers advantage going the wrong way for the team with advantage. And they just, the 3-1, just kind of spinning out of control. Ron getting all the backpats in the world right now as we transition into round number 5. Bear. I feel like both these teams are just taking kind of shots in the dark. They know that in this early half they can really do so, but some of that needs to be kind of coached in to kind of still keep your head on a swivel and be in control.
Agreed. I absolutely agree. With plays like that, I mean, I might just throw in the hashtag chill after that play.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. Look to build off what they were able to accomplish there. Spin Avengers, I mean, they had to basically steal that round the last time around, and so to see that round that you should have secured fall, yeah, that's tough, but see if they can keep their head up. They're gonna need to keep their head up too, because that Raze is peeking around this rubble, and if you don't snuff them out, then you are in trouble. Luckily, they were able to take care of business pretty simply there. Based on the util that they were able to gather, the Fade was able to locate them. Now Gecko on their back as well. They just piece by piece, methodically able to move from sight line to sight line, from hold to hold in order to get onto sight, and the Viper will pick out 1, but in a good place here too. Comey lined it up and waited for that drop down from the top side and was able to catch them on the other side of it.
Can Majestic do one better than Ron did a second ago. Same site, same issue. They do pick up a different gun, an upgrade from their Stinger they had. So they saw him at stairs. They're going to have to walk it in from this heaven position. There's a very hurt player. Can they make it 2? Yes. All right. You do have the pick me up still online if they want to be able to use it. They have to be able to get over to this spike. Can they play off a double position? They have him on the cross. They do have Bob Star from just beyond the box. They can spam through it if they want to. They are caught inside of the grasp, and that means that it's just too high of a hill to climb for Majestic.
I know it's a long shot there, but I would love to see the metal come out there and being able to at least decay the 2. So if you needed to be able to kind of strip back, maybe even spam a little bit. I know it's a crossfire and like multiple distance between the 2, but at least you'd have an opportunity there. But I mean, Majestic had to make moves there, so it's very much easier said than done in that moment. But still, either way you draw it up, Spin Avengers, they'll make you think very quickly and have to react in ways that, you know, perhaps you want to have back there. But either way, Malicious now holding on to just a 3-2 lead as the All-Stars were able to pick them apart. It was a strong start in that last round, Hail Monkey Man for Spin Avengers, and they were able to at least pull through and get that round 1. And now it looks like they're back to more of a conservative default look and lineup here for this next round.
Well, they know that Malicious is also on an eco with just a bunch of sheriffs. So often when that happens, you start combining players together kind of in 2s and 3s, and then you get aggressive because that's really the only way you have to cut down space on this. So they waited initially in the first, like, 30 or so seconds to see if they would have those engagements from defense. But A, for the 3rd time in a row, is being planted on, and the Avengers know that they do have the advantage. Now, the key thing here, Ron has that lockdown. If they can employ that to clear space, they might be able to use this, but I think they're going to save it for a rainy day unless they can get outside of stairs. Komi Bomi has his Blaze Storm. They also got this smoke cover to have to fight through, and there's still a lot of players left up and away. Mookie's trying to take care of business. They don't land any of the blades.
No, they're all gone. They do fake out to bet. What? You have to be able to stay on the trigger there, but they weren't able to. And a flawless round here for Spin Avengers. Komi should have absolutely been taken out in that moment. But it just, I guess it was not meant to be. Moment to shine and just couldn't get it done.
That's something. That is far and wide. I mean, obviously everyone was kind of falling because it was a war on 2 fronts. You had Tree and then you had Main. But 1 HP is... It's one of those kind of dreams like, man, did I live through that? That's pretty cool. So the Avengers, they forced out Malicious on their eco to not find really much of anything. And they now draw us even here through the first half of the first half. Again, doing something similar, but they're creeping up with more space as they play into some of this default. I feel like they have an eye for B this time, but A has been a safe haven for them. But because they've done it so many times in a row, they're going to see what Malicious can bring on these other sites.
Komi is flirting with death here. You have Majestic on this side who's got a second life if they want it. They've got the not dead yet. And sure enough, they're going to fall actually for the overdrive, so will res themselves, get the safety. And that's why even when you feel like you've done damage there on C to try to gain control of Mounds, Malicious is just going to chase you down instead from the backside. That's why maybe it wasn't the most... It was pretty ill-advised to try to continue that pressure on the C. They were able to rotate around to get the spike planted, but after another one falls, you're absolutely in trouble yet again. That's this 3v1 situation. If anybody can do it, it would be an all-star. That's 1 already off the bat. But they do a good job of playing 1, 2, 3 from left, right, left in order to make it basically virtually impossible there for Bobstar to get the job done. So the defusal will happen. It'll move Malicious up to 4-3 and regain their lead.
You gotta play from a complexity standpoint to make it difficult for especially a 1v3 to be just overly simplified. The way that we saw Ron able to win a 1v3 is that all targets were basically in the same kind of avenue for their shots. That time around, take them all the way into a flank position from out in rubble, and then make sure that there's just too many guns to have to handle left and right. So Malicious, they do stabilize. They're going to have some weapons. You're actually going to see Majestic have to go into a Bulldog. That's really not a big issue. You still have some great ultimates online. You have a Viper Pit, the lockdown, as well as the one with Gecko. And so Malicious in a great position, but we already have some immediate trades. Mookie will hit the floor, and I mean, your Raze is kind of caught out. This is exactly where they have to be, but now you're going to see the rush on to C.
and they have the numbers. They got to push in. And Majestic from that, obviously you want to play aggressively with Clove, so they wanted to catch him before he was able to work his way out the door. And yet still Ron and the Viper auditioning were taken out. One by a spam. Majestic turns the tide here and got Comey, but wasn't able to get anything else. At least not yet. Spike has been planted, so you have a decision to make here. Do you want to go short through Waterfall? And now you've been determined to be Waterfall. The sound cue more than likely picked up. Sure enough, you see a dump of util here. Whether it's a dark cover or the cyber cage or the prowler that you're gonna probably have to deal with now that the haunt has come through and found you. Oh, that'll be difficult. And there's a knife coming at you, and Majestic was able to take it off. He said, "No chance am I gonna get embarrassed like that. I will go down fighting like a champion." But Dummy will take out the rest. The Spin Avengers now will even back in for, despite the attempt with the knife there. Oh my god.
That was such a long swing too. They what was it, Rascal? Yeah, Rascal ran straight through the cyber cages and all the smokes, and they're like, well, we have them dead to rights when it comes to guns. Let me just get in their face and see what happens with the rest. So Rascal's already pulled off some big plays, so trying to just kind of give their teammates engaged and make sure everyone's getting involved is just as cool. So Avengers, again, we're tied up. This is a semifinal. One of these teams is going to have a chance at going to the upper winners final, which has itself a ticket to get to the majority part of $1,000 here for this awesome Sprite Chill Radiant Rumble. And it looks like A again is going to be our main thoroughfare, at least for tried success here by the Avengers.
Teamed up and split up yet again. Go jumping on. I think the Dizzy was the attempt there or the play there, but it didn't even hit Comey, who was out there in mid sight, and so really no benefit gained from that attempt, and Gecko fell without doing anything else. Yes, Neon will take out the raise in addition to that, and it's all control here from Spin Avengers. Look to take their first lead, I believe. Majestic will take out one to make sure they don't get away with crazy numbers. Picks up a weapon along the way. In addition to that, short range pop. The Spike is already getting about halfway here. We'll need to make moves, and me and Bobstar and Rascal, 3 all-stars you're gonna have to deal with here if you're Majestic. And it would be wise to save, and that's exactly what they'll do as they'll hop out the back door. So Spin Avengers again now will take a lead 5-4, and all day long, Hail Monkey Man, it's been close, and this match is no exception.
Yeah, if you're signing up for these kinds of tournaments, you're already going to be seeing a lot of awesome talent, and to see, by definition, go this close, at least in these early halves. These first halves have always, so far, been, I think 7-5s for us on broadcast, and that's how just clinically close that we've been able to see so much of the skill set from all these awesome players come through. Now, the key thing is about how you adapt going into the second. The last 3 rounds, I wonder if we're going to be seeing 6-6 or 7-5. Spin Avengers have been able to inch their way before Malicious. We still have a lockdown and Viper Pit. That's kind of a big macro of a util play. But we also have Gecko just kind of chilling out with it. So I feel like they just lose their numbers before they're really able to hyper weaponize some of those that can make them such a deadly force to keep Avengers from finding much of these post-plant situations.
One-way setup, and you see Majestic again liking to control that area in mounts. Make sure that your B is pretty set up, and Comey with knives. Knives cut up cloves in a rock, paper, scissors situation, clearly. Now it's rotating around his Gecko to try to jump on before anybody can kind of pull through C. Luckily, had some support. No matter if Majestic is down and out, they're still able, as Clove, to throw down that cloud. For those of you who might be confused, Majestic doesn't die often, but even when you die, you get a little bit of value out of it too to allow the rest of the team to rotate in tandem. And I don't think Spin Avengers really calculated that because they're in a full commit this way. It will be Nightfall to try to deafen to get on the site, and they will take out the Gecko first. Mookie will do work on the Viper as well, and the Rays will get 1, make it 2 actually. Thought they would fall directly after, and now Ron's here to try to cause a little bit of chaos. We saw once before, but not again. It'll be a teammates, everybody getting a kill there for Spin Avengers to move them up to 6-4.
Rascal already is an impact player just by and large by the way they're able to execute, but they're also a sentinel, which means on attack, they are a lurker. and they're able to take advantage of some of these off positions, flank link, which was how they just got Ron a second ago, and they've done that now twice. So very tough to account for literally everyone, not just on all these maps for Valorant, but also for Lotus because it has so many options. You're not seeing B for the most part be used as a main site hit, but more so as kind of a audible if they want to be able to get a plant or just simply kind of rummage their way through moving between A and C. Now, we have 4 out of 5 ultimates, 3 that have been burning a hole in the pocket for Malicious for a while. Avenger doesn't even need to rely on those. Majestic gets 1, and they're gonna have to walk away from it. They have the Not Dead Yet, as well as the Pick Me Up, and they are just a long-standing force, and they've got the lone hero rifle amongst all the rest of Seco.
You know, if you're not paying attention to this quarter, it could be an issue. Majestic is very good at being deceiving and being able to capture your attention before anything happens. And there's an example of the ruse when you're not dead already. Being able to cause a little bit of chaos there. And B, you said B's not a focal point as far as getting the job done and hitting it as a site to be taken. However, now you'll see the pivot from what would have been B to C. Majestic gonna pull themselves up as well. So even though they dropped, it was in all senses of the word just a 2-0 situation there for Malicious, who will now have the 4-3 advantage in numbers. And now Spin Avengers left with no decision other than having to go over to A, which is the right choice, by the way. Making sure you clear off this site first before Malicious will have the opportunity for this retake. Now the spike has been planted, but they're not able to get to where they want to be as far as being able to hold off the backside towards the defender spawn, and they're forced to swing on it, and Bombstar was able to take out a lot of the health here and leave and find some support from the backside here, as some firing will try to at least create a little bit of space here. Malicious will do the same though. They're already on the spike here, and an opportunity to try to get the defusal, but Dami able to just kind of spam through, making a second kill here. He's always been so dynamic on this site, and Mookie will do the rest, and Spin Avengers able to hold off the retake and Malicious and turn the round around and make it now a 7-4 match.
The decision making immediately as they pivoted from C, because you had Mookie that was it's obviously the fastest agent in the entirety of the game, but the fastest especially on this map. They were the initial engagement as you got to see Majestic fall. They used the Not Dead Yet, and they told all the rest of their team, go A, sprint as fast as you can, because they just let Majestic die. There's no reason to ever re-engage a Clove like that unless you are sure that you're gonna be able to take them down. And then getting rid of the Viper Pit, and you got the lockdown, that's a lot of ultimates all gone in one round.
Yeah, it certainly was. Now you're left with just one. Right now, even though you have that ult, the Thrash here for Gecko, you had one drop as a attack operator. Got the job done early, draw first blood. And now drop back in order to perhaps catch more Malicious off guard. I mean, they've dropped multiple rounds in a row, so you think they might be getting a little bit antsy and wanting to be a hero, jump out aggressively, and try and attempt to get a kill. But that's not the case. They are very disciplined in their own regards here defensively. And so Spin Avengers will just kind of play this time here, keep Malicious separated, so that way when time starts to dwindle down a little bit, this is when they can make their move. Right on cue, you'll see them try to smoke off the back of sight here to gain even more room. Held out on the B side through the door is auditioning Gecko Edition, who gets a couple of kills there as the door had been taken off, and now the Thrash will land one. That should be an automatic kill to swing around, but you got to be careful they're not using it as bait, and Zach Mookie is trying to do exactly that. Komi with another kill to follow up as well. And now down goes Ron also. The 3K here from Komi. A big play late in the round to move Spin Avengers up to 8-4.
The lockdown status from a KJ lockdown is longer than the Thrash lockdown whenever it lands. And because they had to delay off of the threat from Mookie, Comey was able to get out of it, immediately turn it right around onto the Gecko, and then everyone that was floating in just got their heads taken off as they ran from stairs. It feels like Malicious is inches away from finishing off a would-be successful round, and then the Avengers just keep their cool, keep their calm, keep their chill. And now we get to see them on to defense, which should be pretty strong. You're going to have a really big response factor, especially off of this Neon and the Jet. I want to see how Malicious is able to romp it up because they need these early rounds.
Neon and the Jet. I'm so old.
Neon and the Jet. No, that's
Nailed
perfect.
it. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Others would probably tend to disagree. Rascal disagrees with what he's seeing as well. 34 HP going to drop back out here on the pistol round. But he was able to get out with his life, and now spam where default typically is. That's actually a brilliant play by Rascal. First of all, not dropping, and second of all, being able to at least get a little bit of support here and be a weapon that might be unaccounted for a little bit later on, but unfortunately, looks like everybody else on this team was accounted for. That's why Malicious is able to basically march here on pistol round. Malicious has been so good. They won both pistol rounds in the last map that we saw them on, and it'll happen yet again here on this map as well.
This one much more necessary if they want to stay competitive into this match in particular. We're trying to turn what could be a long tournament into at least a shorter run to have some secure cash. They are in a top 4 position right now, but top 3 are where that $1,000 here for the Sprite Chill Radiant Rumble will be cashing out. Malicious, they do grab the first, and that's going to force Spin Avengers into this position. You see 4 holding on to A. Spike is gonna find its way around. It looks like they actually want to tackle C, and that means they'll be tackling a lone cipher of Rascal, and they already see them peeking out beyond, but Rascal is not giving up any ground.
Gave up a peek of his shoulder, but that's all he'll give away. Not even 1 HP taken on that opportunity before he's going to be out the door via waterfall. You see the wall doing wonders here for the Viper as they inch their way forward. Wanting to take a sneak peek as well. Stairs has been covered by a smoke also. And they're going to go door side, tree side in order to get back here on site. And so that'll cause Viper to try to look that way and try to adjust accordingly. And Comey was only able to get 1, and the weaponry will be proven to be better on the Malicious side. And that was basically the only difference here in this round, Hill Monkey Man. Otherwise, I mean, the Spin Avengers play that pretty well. It's just you're out-weaponed. What can you do?
Yeah, you try to inflict as much damage as possible. It's going to be a very healthy bonus for Malicious. And they grab the first 2. They've been able to successfully get these pistol rounds. They can win when it's low weaponry, but they also need to be able to finish out a lot of these matches. And that's been the key difference here for Lotus. I actually talked to someone a little bit back about round differentials. It has been one of the maps where 8-4 at half, flipping them to other sides means like 0. It's one of the most common to flip around from that big of a lead outside the first 12 rounds. So that's why you have to be able to keep a consistent cool as well as just be ready for execution and playing for life. Rascal is given the task of maintaining C, and they know they can trust them to play to get the rest of the team involved.
Spin Avengers doesn't have a Majestic in order to hold off mounds, and so C is relatively free here for them completely. As you see the Cypher and Fade both chased off towards the backside, towards Elbow, trying to pop back in for a little bit of a visit there, and Dami was part of that. Got a kill before he was immediately treated out by a Majestic, and we'll see if they can build off of that too. It's Rascal right now. Trying to push in, trying to find the right time to push in because the spike is just laying there. They weren't able to get it planted because they fell as they were planting it. So even though Spin Avengers were chased out the back door, they still held strong. And even through a smoke, were able to spam and be able to turn in from Comey, who was from this area there near Waterfall. Spin Avengers able to just get on his site by storm here in a much needed round win in order to gain a little bit of that momentum back and push to 9-6.
I'm surprised that we weren't able to see bigger value gained out of the Thrash. It got invested into that round by Malicious, and I swore that they had at least 2 targets the top side of Site C, and I thought they'd be able to land something, but apparently it was taken out of the sky just like that. And as soon as they knew that they were going to commit to that plant, Avengers all just collapsed on top of them off of that turn. So good job by Avengers for simply not overly escaping, and they did have the man advantage to be able to send out 1 extra player to see if they didn't have to anchor onto C as they sent them towards A. But now Malicious, we have our rifle round. Gonna send them out early, Komi Bomi as well as Mookie. Just not gonna allow them to press up A like they wanna. They did actually put the tuck screen here. Could be all of a feint play to get more of this to bite, but I don't think the Avengers are moving an inch.
Komi is settled right there. They have taken Rubble. They wanted to make sure they have A. And the Omen holding down the B site as well with a little bit of the help from the Cypher, it seems, there. And the util put down. Also a dark cover to hold off on B. So this is huge, being able to get Rubble and just hold it. Komi has not moved except for the little jiggle peaks that you'll see. And right now they're about to walk right into his crosshair. Check this out. Lined up, everything. Whoa! Majestic caught him before he can even get the 1 kill, much less the rest of them.
You know, add 2 Pixel playing against them. You think you have the advantage, but Peeker's advantage is an absolutely real thing. Now, can they get that spike to A? 4 will converge from Heaven's side. They're seeing nothing from the stair side steps. So that means they're able to put at least 1 down onto site. They're going to be protecting this here from tree. Everyone for Malicious is going to be at tree. You have to face down a lot of guns. They're trying to feint that someone is going to be going outside of door. Rascal's trying to take care of that, and they're actually going to be winning the majority of the spam out from that Spectre. Ron gets another, auditioning does too from that Viper, and that leaves Mookie alone. Can they bring the hero moment? They get the fadeaway cross shot. They do at least see the Clove Ruse go down. Mookie trying to re-engage. You're going to have that Viper, that snake bite be put down as well. And now it's a 1v3. I think they're going to be walking away pretty cleanly with this one. Mookie wants to walk away as well, and the Viper simply won't let it happen. Malicious bite back.
And if he had overdrive, it may have been a little bit different. At least you would be able to challenge that. But yeah, there was a lost cause towards the end of that round. But it was all developed early in that round when you gain that first pick from Malicious, when you have a leader like Majestic who is able to jump in and be able to take out somebody who's holding the exact line you're coming through and be able to get that 1 tap was absolutely dynamic. We talk about how Malicious, they had Spin Avengers absolutely holding down Rubble. They didn't have any control on such a crucial point on this map that you need in order to rotate around in A, and yet they are still able to accomplish it because of that first pick. And now they want to ride the momentum off of it too. This has been a quick developing round. As I'm recapping the last one, it's Ron that breaks through with a couple kills there, and the rest do the job also. Malicious put 2 on the board in a matter of 30 seconds.
In a matter of quoting one of my favorite folks, the future is now, old man, and simply not allowing you to recount on the past. Grandpa can talk about the war stories, but the story is that Malicious is right back in the fight. Spin Avengers, they were kind of in a lower eco situation, and trying to plant up 3 inside of mid B just did not work. Malicious absolutely ran them down. So you do have the not dead yet. Alive and well here for Majestic. Spin Avengers are going to do exactly what they've been doing before. They're going to thieve a lot of space onto A, and they're going to go ahead and break secret, and they're going to be putting the majority of numbers actually into mid, but it's testing the perimeter of either side, and a lot are over here on Mound, which if they spend that door open, it's a wide open engagement.
Yeah, it sure is. We've seen it a couple of times where the door has fallen before Malicious even knew that it was happening, and then you had Adami absolutely destroy them. But right now, instead, Majestic able to pull themselves back to life, and now they've got a clear advantage. But Majestic now will need a kill here to try to stay alive. They've got about half the bar in order to do it, so they're going to just go ahead and challenge in. Why not? You have your second life. Why not cause a little bit of chaos and get their Spin Avengers thinking again? And now they've got to think really quickly before they go and try to challenge this spike. Because you got 3 malicious players, quite literally, through the doorway. And Rascal doesn't want anything to do with this. Yeah, he's going to back out. Sure enough, I saw it in his eyes as he was looking down the barrel of 4 malicious players there. You got to hold on to this weapon. I mean, Malicious is going to take this round again. It's going to be even ground, but the last thing you can do is give up yet another rifle.
Yeah, and especially because the Avengers, they bought into this, and that means they're going to be on another kind of eco spree. And I like that you can read the eyes through a Cypher's mask. You've got some next level senses.
It's the neural theft, you know.
Okay,
It
you got
runs
your own
through
just
me.
off of like a Fitbit.
Somebody technology these days, man. I tell you, something else. And malicious these days, malicious these rounds. Absolutely fantastic. Majestic, again, it's not as dominant as we saw in the last one, but of course you're going up against the #1 seed, and you're looking strong doing it in this comeback effort.
5 out of 6 on this attacking half. Attack on Lotus is very tough to stop because just like in Haven terms, you have a lot of ground to cover. Now the good news is that you have a lot of info that can be gained because of how many different pathways and obstacles that you can break through. But now Avengers, they're in an eco into this round number 19. You have both a Viper Pit as well as a Thrash. I don't think either one needs to be used, but you actually now, in opposite of that, have the Overdrive, and you have the Blaze Storm. Okay, yes, use the eco ultimates. Can the Avengers be able to fend off Malicious?
It's going to be a tall order. Yeah, we're able to hold off one rifle, but at the same time, here comes the push. And Dami with the Sheriff was able to cause a little bit of damage. Bombstar wants to swing this, but Ron got the better of the opportunity there. Make it 3K. He had 14 HP in his back pocket, and Malicious tear them limb from limb. And now we'll rock up to a lead here, 10-9 against Spin Avengers as we push late into this Lotus map.
For Ron, that's 13 HP too much, apparently. They simply are going to run it down, and they have been able to complete Majestic, who, again, for this squad out of Malicious, has been able to lead them at 20 plus, but it's Ron that's been really the glue for this team to be able to kind of put them along with the triplicate of auditioning players one way or another. So Avengers, where are they going to put Komi Bomi? That operator is going to be sitting outside of C, and that investment into it, maybe all for not depending on how they're able to catch anyone off guard. They're going to try and cut down some space. Immediate engagements over here onto A, but Mookie will fall along with Bobstar, and the Avengers are losing numbers.
Yeah, very quickly, which isn't how you drew it up here early in this one. Oh, good play again by Dami. If there's been a highlight here for Spin Avengers in the last few rounds, which there hasn't been a whole lot of it, but it's been Dami being able to hold off this B site, but now Majestic is ready to swing it, and guess what he does immediately? Majestic must have been watching Coke All-Stars, or just, you know, all of Dami's spin showcase. They are familiar with one another through these showcases, too. Rascal does get one, not the rest. I mean, this isn't impossible. With your weaponry right here, it's going to make it very difficult, but not impossible, especially when you have the mobility of Jet. You have the tailwind prepped and ready to go, just in case you run into a Viper. Weapon picked up. Still, the visibility is going to be basically impossible here. Quick turn, did get one, but not two. The stack there in verticality strikes again. Spin Avengers coming close in these rounds, but close won't cut it. Malicious up to 11-9.
That's how you know as well that auditioning Viper for Malicious has their audio cranked up to 1 billion because they heard the weapon drop, because it was called out that there was at least weapons over in secret. They guided Komi Bomi over there to go and pick them up, and they're like, you know what, I just heard a pistol drop, and then simply weighted it down. One drop, one survived. The win goes over to Malicious, who's been able to grab a heaping handful of rounds as they've taken 7 of 8 here against the Spin Avengers on their attacking side. Komi Bomi wants to steal some space. Swarm Grenade already goes up to try and give them a moment, but that's going to actually be Rascal that falls, and they've been a pillar of consistency. Now with them gone, I think the foundation for the Avengers is as well.
You said it switches so quickly. Lotus. Attack side so much. So a better opportunity for these teams. Mookie is going to fall as well. Majestic has just got it locked up to a T. Now Bobstar trying to fend back, trying to fight back. You have to Bobstar and Komi as well to try to get the job done here. At least they will have Nightfall. It looks like they ran out of Prowlers because there wasn't any follow-up on that ability except for to deafen them. That was the only thing that they could get done. Unfortunately, it looks like this round will not get done. Malicious will go to map point after this one. Spin Avengers have had their hands cupped by this incredible attack of Malicious.
Yeah, this is definitely just a telling of map knowledge as well as where you want to execute with advantage. And so far, Malicious, they were down in the dumps. It was an 8-4 spin, but you know what? This is added to my collection of turnarounds here, Bear, as we get to see Malicious now a single step away from getting themselves into the winners finals from this Sprite Chill Radiant Rumble. Spin Avengers, there's still work to do, and I feel like they can do it. They're in a bad eco. They're gonna at best maybe have some Bulldogs and some Specters. They're going to play at very close quarters, got to play for life. That's why you have 4 sitting on A. They're going back to that 4-1 split they've done before.
Yeah, there we go. Inching towards the A side, and I think this is where this map will be either won or lost, most likely won here from Malicious. Majestic already got a couple, making it 3K. Now looking upwards, 4K as well. And now an opportunity to not only get the map win, but an opportunity to also put 5 on the board here in 1 round. It will turn the corner. Can he get it done? No, he can't. Rascal able to get it. Wait, 1 life. Oh, but Gecko took it. A little bit eager, it doesn't matter either way. Malicious gonna walk away 13-9 with this map victory and head on to the winners final.
What a decider for the side of Malicious, and we've been able to follow them, and we will probably do it again as they make their way into the winners final. Majestic just 1 short of both an ace and a 30 bomb to lead the squad. Bear, Majestic obviously as a commit into a collegiate program of their own, really are showcasing and strutting their stuff today for their squad of Malicious.
Yeah, it's just a great job to kind of sum everything up here as far as, you know, how far can Majestic push a brand new team that's not engineers that we've seen win multiple times. And now we've learned exactly how far they can go, which is being able to get through a team that is the #1 seed coming in with a handful of all-stars who did not play poorly by any means, but they were bested, and they were bested a little bit earlier in this one. You had kicked it off with an ice-cold Sprite clutch, and then Malicious, even though they fell behind a little bit against Spin Avengers, there were some big plays like I mentioned, but Malicious, they stood strong, stood to their guns quite literally, and that was what it was able to carry them through.
I feel like there was a lot of times in the first half where Malicious were just a step away from having this one more even than an 8-4, and then eventually when we flipped halves and we went to the more advantageous side for attack, Malicious simply were able to be the better squad. Spin Avengers, it was never close whenever those rounds came to their conclusions, and Malicious, they were living up to their namesake and being absolutely vicious and malicious, going and taking that one into a 13-9 win. So now they get to wait on whoever they're facing in that winner's final.
And a quick reminder that you can be involved in the streams as well by using #chill in the chat whenever you see a play that's worthy, in your eyes at least, of a top 5 play tomorrow in a segment we like to call Chill. So again, keep an eye out for that on the pre-show day #2. It'll be the section Chill. We'll do the top 5 plays of players that are heating up here. Majestic has definitely earned their right here too. So keep that in mind as we go into the winners final here momentarily. We'll get you all the details after this quick break. Don't go anywhere, everybody. Welcome back to Stay Plugged In's coverage of the Sprite Chill Radiant Rumble. Again, joining me is Hail Monkey Man. My name is Bearlight, and we saw the #1 seed fall to a malicious team called Malicious, who hopped in as the #4 seed and has been doing big things ever since, as they have moved their way into the winners final, who will see against WoW's Little Pugstars, as we're going to call Little Pugstars. As WoW leads this team, and apparently they're his Little Pugstars, and they're probably also pretty much all-stars, as Leone was an all-star last season as well, but this is just a sneak peek of how they got here in the first place.
Yeah, this is going to be a heck of a matchup. They actually got to see, Pugstars went through Hebron High School, 13-6. So since the word go, everyone's been not quite sprinting, but really being authoritative in their overall wins. So this is going to be, kind of the unstoppable force versus an unstoppable force, because neither one is becoming an immobile object of any kind.
Yeah, it's 100% accurate here to you. Plus, I mean, you get the guaranteed second place as well, which is a guaranteed $250 in your pocket. So, always love to be able to guarantee that and be able to play for the grand finals on the top side, not have to win twice. So much on the line here. Moving into this one, now we know the teams at least a little bit more. I guess you don't, we haven't really seen Little Pugstars. I guess I know a little bit more about Leone and WoW and who they played, but I'll let you lead off with the prediction. Do you think Malicious is going to keep on rolling through?
I feel like so much of it is obviously bent around what is Majestic doing. I feel like he's been so good as an IGL, as well as just making big plays, but that's not been empty at all between Ron and the triplicate of auditioning players, which they're all named auditioning. I think one person's actually auditioning, but they're all going for some kind of position. And when you know it, there's Lotus. Okay, so I had actually in the green room told Bear, man, I hope we don't see Lotus again, not because I hate this map, but because I've played so many rounds on this map and now casted it a bunch. But you know what? We're back. And my actual only sole regret is that I don't have more Sprite Chill at my desk because I just drank all mine.
I know. I ran out. I ran dry just with that last sip. I'm so sad now. What are we going to do without the rest of it? I guess we'll have to get a ice cold chilled clutch. Sprite clutch? Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
We'll have to get one of those here later on. All right, so Lotus, we've seen it once before. Will we see another full-fledged, no repeated agents like we saw last time around? Ron's going to lock into KJ, so that's pretty similar. And Majestic already hovering that Clove that came in handy on so many occasions. I can think of at least two that really put him in prime position. Yep. Sure enough, going to go back to it with good reason as well. The Viper, I imagine we'll see that same exact lineup with the lock-in on the Rays. So now all eyeballs go on this Little Pugstars team and see who they lock in. You got Leone locking in the Clove. Clove both ways. Oh, you love to see it.
Clove both ways, as well as two raises. And I think the key concept difference here is going to be off of your sentinels as well as your initiators. We have basically the dating sim that I used to kind of go with between the Turkish and the Swedish of agents of your Fade as well as your Breach. And that's going to be a lot of pressure because they're going to try and unwedge that defense from any position, and they're going to try and take advantage of it whenever they can, especially because on the opposite side, Pugstars are going to be on attack on the second half, so they want to be as loud as possible. That is going to be interesting how they can utilize a lot of that, kind of those global util and ultimates to really enforce a ton of damage onto Malicious.
Yeah, the Clove Cypher combination going to give you a handful of options as far as being able to control areas too, with the Cyber Cage, with the Cypher, Clove with the Ruse. So that's a lot of coverage here on a giant map, which is very necessary. So that comes in and it makes a whole lot of sense in my eyes. So they'll have that this way. Again, with the Viper, you can say the very same thing on the other side of the Clove. So I like the combinations that both these teams have put together. It's just a matter of who can execute at a larger scale. We've seen Malicious do it. Now it's Little Pugstars' turn to introduce themselves, if you will, not only to us here in the booth, but also to any of the colleges that might be tuning in here today. Although not a formal showcase, there's never an opportunity on the Stay Plugged In channel where you're not wanting to at least put on a good show, at least maybe grab a clip or two so that way you can put it on your profile, Monkey Man.
Yeah, the Pugstars, they have 2 seniors in the form of Vims and Leone, and they also have 3 that are in college age. I believe that they just graduated this year, and 2 of them are actually kind of on a gap year, so they're looking for those options. But we're going to take over deep into backside. Majestic is waiting for this ruse to clear, and Leone is going to try and re-engage from that poison orb position as well from the stairs. So in a 5v4, Pugstars at a disadvantage, and they're dropping them one by one. Wow will also fall as they're coming from outside of turn. Wingman wants to go and give him a quick clap on the face to stun him out. They're actually going to get rid of Majestic. It becomes a 3v2.
Leone and Alvin were able to kind of jumpstart this little Pugstars team that started out so slow. They'll have very low HP in order to try to approach this. They at least got KG down to about half health. But again, Alvin Boy actually able to get that kill. It will tear through, and Alvin Boy the 4K here in the pistol rounds. Right here, I was thinking, hey, it's not going to get that exciting here on a pistol round, and they're able to turn it around here and get the first one on the board.
A very well-placed, well-used ruse is able to kind of delay them, and then committing on the hold for the defuse got it to a minimum half, and a little bit of missed timing. They were unable to find any of those big picks from outside of tree, and Alvin Boy, I mean, they were forcing that because of the paint shells that were thrown over there as well. So really, as all the numbers were kind of being limited for Pugstars, made the best use of what they had. Malicious caught unawares, and so that'll be the first one down for them.
You already see them scoping out this this rubble area. You're on it. The entry bay, that is. Because now they're going to be filtering right in. I mean, you see them kind of inching their way towards it. We'll see if Winter Soldier can have a better opportunity to do that. We saw it fail in a previous map in different occasions, not from Winter Soldier, but others. Now they almost got another one to connect. That would have been quite the snap, but it was just a couple of pixels off. And now they're just going to retreat one sight line by one sight line as you allow the rest of your team to rotate around. Leone has the call, but Majestic was able to take him out before they could do it. But look as now Vims with the that was the fault line, was it not? Or the aftershock, right? That's right. Was able to pull that off. That was crazy.
That's one of those where you've delayed just enough, a couple quick bullets. Oh, they're unable to find it again. The blast pack puts them off position, and unfortunately, that's going to make them trip back and then get taken away. 2v1 gets one out by Pugstars yet again. Malicious, they at least dragged 3 weapons off of the map, so it's going to be a semi-healthy bonus for the most part. That Outlaw finding some big moments there for Winter Soldier. They're actually going to buy up into it, so this isn't exactly a full bonus. They're going to go and make sure to get some weapons in hand, as Malicious will have their first try at having some rifles in theirs.
So our first semi-rifle round will happen now. Yeah, they want to see if they can challenge this. They've been so effective throughout the entirety of this day. They might as well try to continue it. And Little Pugstars, they've managed to hand Malicious their first pistol round loss in this tournament. And that's a big thing to kind of roll on. You see the snap there from the Rays auditioning. Incredible work to get the back-to-back here. And Little Pugstars forced to rotate around, but even still their numbers will be pretty tough and outnumbered. As Winter got the flash, didn't get that one to connect, instead had to rely on Vims again from the backside, and Viper had already taken out 2 more by the time that was able to happen. So the Little Pugstars have fallen, and now it's up to WoW to try to get maybe 1 or 2. So it did not pay off. Trying to kind of buy up in this circumstance. He's able to force out the Nano Swarm. The turret's still waiting for him, plus you had another auditioning waiting for him. And although he spammed through the smoke and got a couple of HP out of their hands, he will be met on this side.
Oh.
And now you're trapped. You're absolutely trapped here. There's nowhere to go, and so you will just end up dying here in Hall.
Great timing there. Unfortunate for WoW. Great for the Viper. On the other side for Malicious, as they just completely, as they rotated from Waterfall, took advantage of them. But that was a sour bonus there for Pugstars. And because of the buy-ups, you're actually going to be looking at a much weaker position here for Pugstars. So they're going to have 4 rifles, and then it's going to be a shrug by Winter Soldier, who I believe, yeah, full shield and Sheriff. Not the worst. So we're going to see a majority, 9 out of 10, of these Vandals coming through. So what can you really do? Malicious, they do have the Thrash, and then you have, in counter to that, a showstopper from the Pugstars side. And I think that they're going to be holding a lot of that into mid. Yes, they've been trusting into both their Cypher and their Fade to hold A and C, and then otherwise look at B as potential for just basically a highway to get between either.
Leone and Alvin Boy and Vims, all three of them, tucked in to that B site in case they wanted to roll this way. They'll leave their hands full if you're Winter Soldier right now on this A site. Have to tiptoe back out. The Viper wants to kind of roll up on it as well. Viper having to keep their head on a swivel, as if the door goes down, they have three going to be firing at them. So they try to use some util here. You saw the Gecko util not being able to land there. So Moshpit. Man, I really do. Either you're trapped in, there's nowhere you can go. The paint shells, once you drop down, you're in trouble. Luckily, nobody else from that team, Pugstars, was down at the moment, so that'll keep numbers pretty even where they are. And in fact, WoW's going to change the entire inflection of this by getting yet another kill. And WoW will land with the 3K and answer directly back against Malicious. They'll go up 3-1.
This is just a similar outcome to what happened in that first round. It completely went sideways after they just kind of retreated too far, and they lost some crucial positions off of that A, especially from stairs. And that one went so the wrong way for Malicious. They actually had been trying to push to keep their Raze out into mid B, maybe run it through secret and then use their showstopper to kind of turn the tide. I don't know if they actually got a pick off of it. It makes sense if they did, because I don't see it online any further. The Nightfall is online now for Pugstars, and so they are consistently keeping themselves in the right way if they want to be able to re-engage with Malicious in a macro sense. So Malicious has to back up. Pugstars, they're gonna send a lot of numbers, and it looks like Malicious is gonna send a swift parade back to C.
All four of them. Not a troop of gorillas, but instead a
Hug of stars.
Monstrosity of Pug of stars. Yes. Well played.
Thank you.
Malicious will actually catch the first bullet. WoW and Leone, both rocking the LFT tags in their names. Maybe they have found a team in themselves. They have been pretty strong so far. Clove able to pick themselves up, so that means Leone will have another opportunity here, but the door is shutting, and so is the time necessary in order to get the kill, and Majestic was waiting on the other side of it. And that'll be his ace, and a clutch no less. Oh my goodness. It's an ice-cold Sprite clutch as an ace for Malicious and Majestic.
Just waited for everyone to come back to them, didn't leave their sight line from there and mound on C, and even after they rotated, the door opened wide, they were able to use their not dead. Actually, no, didn't have to use their not dead yet. That was used in opposite by the Pugstars. Majestic got rid of it, and that's actually the only reason that wasn't an ace, is because they killed the same person twice. So I wanted the 6K, but they got really darn close for the last time they were able to do it. Still, coming up with 5, and then now they have their not dead yet. If they were able to really kind of utilize that to get some extra pressure. Majestic getting Leone again, and that's some mid pressure that now Pugstars have to put some extra personnel into.
And Winter is going to try to chase this down. But instead, this will calm things down as you see Malicious just storming over to C yet again. It's been a very common strategy, and that's why Lil Pugstars is a little bit quicker to react this time around. And while we wait for them to rotate around, I just have to mention, now that we have 2 ways to res, it's possible to get a 7K these days. Just want to put that out. Right?
Yeah.
They're all. Okay.
Yeah.
Imagine that happening. Anyways, now Swarm is going to try to hold off WoW from a distance, trying to capture one. But Malicious still have them dead to rights, needing an opportunity to even get on. But the problem is, we're going to have to wait on Winter Soldiers and the Haunts up top, but destroyed instantly. Common place to toss it, and they knew it. The span back out to B Hall, or C Hall rather, where Winter Soldier is just going to have to wait it out here, not gaining any support from the Breach or the Cypher here. They're probably going to try to catch him on the way out here, seeing as their weaponry maybe not as strong. And this is going to be an opportunity to do just that, but you're not going to be able to capitalize on it because auditioning Viper status will gain that, and Winter Soldier will die to the the spike, which is no harm done with the weaponry they had. We're back even at 3, Hell Monkey Man, and I'm not surprised. It's been this way all day long.
It really has been. And also, that was basically a pseudo-flawless, because the only reason that they ended up falling down is because of Spike. So, I ends up... Actually, no, sorry. That was the other direction. Malicious did, in fact, get got by Winter Soldiers. They got 1. But Pugstars into this buy-up. As we go 3-3, I feel like this has been the story. Obviously, it's been the story of how close matches have been for the entirety of the broadcast. But I think we've had 3-3s in like every single one of our matches. So I'll go back and fact check myself. But eventually, Malicious feels like they test C, test C, test C again. And then they force either Pugstars to have to rotate, or they just are able to kind of counterplay them on these rotations.
We're seeing little Pugstars to try to get creative here. You see them sneaking out of the A area, and they're already in attacker spawn, and was able to capture the life of the Viper, who was trying to hold off that B side. And so now they'll capitalize and gain all that is the area between B and door. So they can attack them from multiple angles here. You see that Mounds might be captured by Malicious, but you've got door to watch, you've got C to watch as well, and they're going to think about pushing in here. It's probably the right choice to do, because at that point, you're probably only having to deal with 2. Gecko's going to try to confirm that here with a Dizzy, see if they can't gain any kind of intel from that fact. But nothing was found as that Cypher WoW continues to be held back here all the way down into C halls. And now the rest... Well, they're gathering here at Waterfall. They're going to try to maybe storm back on themselves. Wow, from that distance. Took him a second, but it was well worth the wait. Couple of kills there. Majestic will pull himself up here. Needs to get a pick and does, so they'll keep themselves alive here even longer. Majestic, great job to keep on the gas pedal and run while the other has 3K as well. Malicious, after the turnaround from Majestic, he has been so strong in those moments, doing it up. And a 4-3 lead here from Malicious again.
A huge moment for Majestic to keep them alive and well. They use the not dead yet to keep the pressure going, and usually you'd have time to run away and let the Clove die, but this time around this spike was ticking down, so you had a matter of moments to try and get back to site, get the defuse going. And shout out to Ron to using their Clove and Majestic like a tower shield and spraying over their shoulder and through them as they fall down, because that one could have gone down and dirty terrible for Malicious, but instead they're able to get another one. But there's a lot of guns that have been dropped for each of these rounds here, Bear. Now as they spin open the door, Alvin Boy finds first blood again from that previous round, and now to this one.
That's twice. You mentioned it. And Winter Soldier just keeping eyes on Majestic. It was anticipating very much a swing there. It just never came into existence. Now the Neural Theft will locate members of Malicious. And now that they've been detected here, they know that they're going to be A side. You see the pinch from the Rays coming around, the auditioning Rays. The swing in full force in order to try to capture them into one area and have multiple avenues of attack here whenever they're going to have to try and storm on this retake. In tree is the Rays, has circled all the way around. Here come the rotation around, was able to stun them and get them with a showstopper. Seems like a little bit of overkill there, but I mean, they get the job done when you can. Winter Soldier across the map was doing damage of their own. And Lil Pugstars will be able to walk away with this one and gain a little bit momentum back even, and not surprised.
See, you say that, and I am off to say that as well, but a showstopper getting a pick is doing his job. Because so often, like we saw on Bind, showstoppers don't land, and you're like, oh, I wish that had gotten me a kill, and they end up winning the round. So
yep.
a bit of excess ends up being success as Pugstars draws back to 4 after a couple of rounds have gone zesty. Alvin Boy at 14-5, by the way. I don't feel like that can be ignored, because Majestic is, has been kind of our highlight reel, our mainstay, but Alvin Boy is very just prominently and somewhat quietly kept themselves at the top of the stack, doing a great job here for the Pugstars.
We're gonna jinx it now, but he's gotten 2 kills around, and that's how you stay silent. You literally do your job as a Raze when you're winning those fights. And you get a little bit of util as well out of paint shells to kind of chase players out. You get 1 kill on the way through, and it doesn't. Sometimes it goes unnoticed, but in this case, has been very much adding up to a huge degree. One that I didn't even recognize either. You see the wingman popping through there, and we'll get the plant down. Wow, even the spam was through, heard the wingman, and the wingman's not exactly stacked when it comes to HP, but it was able to take it out before the spike was planted. The Malicious will have the advantage here. So Viper Pit has been pulled, so this will make it even more difficult here for the defense to try to break through. Leone was able to get 1, but drops by the hand of the Gecko, actually, who was circling around before they could even recognize what was going on. Alvin as well trying to break through, but it's going to be Majestic to take him out as well. Those big moments are just absolutely owned by Majestic. He loves the spotlight, and he is able to take out yet another Winter Soldier. No shot here. Even the spam not happening to land here, so they will back out. And maybe catch one on the way out here too, through the ruse. No, it won't even win that battle, as he would have been taken out anyways. Ron and the rest of Malicious able to walk away with another round 1.
They draw out the Rolling Thunder as well, which I thought, honestly, with the way that Vims was laying out all their util, which is the way you play Breach, by the way. Throw your fault line, hit them with the flash points, and then absolutely shred them with the Aftershock. And I swore that they were going to be able to just destroy Tree and take over site, and instead, it was usurped by just subverting expectations by Malicious, who again are leading Pugstars by the nose. This could be a 7-5 on the other side of things, and Vims was a crucial part of at least giving them a chance. This time around, though, not gonna have the same ultimates. In fact, you have a lockdown, which is exactly why Alvin Boy taking over space, taking over Mound. They find too early.
There you go. You took yourself into the spotlight. Granted, it was the help of Majestic in that one way of beauty that we're seeing right now that was allowing him the opportunity to see the feet and know where the head was. And actually did not land a headshot, but still land the kills through the spam nonetheless. And that'll force Malicious to very much rethink their strategy and where they want to push. But the silence is golden for Malicious on the C side, because they think they're going to be rotating around, and so that's why you see them kind of hinting towards their rotation around to the A side. You see the Raze is fully committed to this side as well. But Majestic loves to play aggressively. That's why we see him on this Glove. And that's why we see him with an opportunity to perhaps jump out of the site here and get a kill. And if you do, you can change the course of the past couple of rounds here as little Pugstars. They might be favored 5-4. Or 5-3, rather. But now you see one at a time. Malicious is so good at doing this, being able to pick their battles and be able to take out players when they need to. Here's the Nightfall to try to start off this one. Maybe pulled a little bit early because nobody else from their team is able to jump on this quite yet. And so by the time that's happening, the deafening is going to be less than even ideal. The Alvin Boy, third of this one, this round, able to get that kill 2, left to just 1. Ron, have to try to get this. This is not impossible by any means, but you've got to be surgical with this. And perfectly timed from Little Pugstars to attack at the exact same time. And Little Pugstars will walk away with this round, but it's a little bit more difficult than they thought it might be.
Just a little bit more difficult. And honestly, after they found those initial picks from Alvin Boy, I know obviously that they've been thieving a lot of that mound space outside of C, just because Alvin has been able to at least deny them a free look. That has happened a lot outside of A. But it was also because the lockdown is able to be employed to take over C. That game plan, that back pocket is now still there. And I honestly thought they were going to use that for the latter part of that plant after they were able to get it onto site. Instead, they kept it away, and then Ron just kind of getting caught in their own kind of head. They went left, right, left, right, left, right. You got to be able to, even when they're trying to take over your flank position and otherwise, take an engagement and kind of be just concerted one way or another. Otherwise, you're just not going to land your shots on the flicks. That happens way less often. Wow, though, even through the ruse, finds out the Gecko, so the Thrash is now offline. What can they do with the rest of the squad?
I'll go a couple of them too, but auditioning that one specifically, was able to tuck behind. Now Majestic with their hands full. Oh, did not keep the rise on Heaven. It will fall because of it. Leone to add a little bit of a little bit of pain to the equation here. Little Pugstars has now strung together a couple rounds in a row. Hell, I mean, we typically see this after a timeout, but they haven't even had to take one, and now with 1 round left here in this half, they've got the lead.
Yeah, and off of this bye, everyone's going to have some rifles. Pugstars were able to really bank up a lot, and Malicious simply saved for a rainy day. There's quite a few ultimates that are online. The biggest thing that I'm going to see, will they commit to a hard plant onto C? If they do so, they will be facing down the wrath of a showstopper in the hands of Alvin Boy on C as well. I want to know where they're going to eventually kind of weaponize much of this. They can actually clear kind of any site. You do have this operator here for Winter Soldier. They're going to progress a step ahead. Oh, and they land. No Thrash today. Immediately trade, though, as Winter Soldier will fall.
And it's an A site look again here from Malicious. The C rotation again is a very, very much a possibility here, but you see a bit of the oh, it's a spy cam that's chilling there at B. I love that setup and how they were able to pull that off. WoW is wowing me with their not only ability to trade through ruses and get kills through that, but also being able to get that intel from the spy cam, seeing them creep up towards mountains here in C. And that got the Rays thinking. But they're unsure. They don't have the control clearly on mid, because you saw the Rays kind of working back here. Well, the decision has been made. Now Ruse to cover the back side here to chase them out of C Halls, and now they'll have full control of the site. Malicious want to get around back, and right now the lockdown is a big reason why they're having to hightail it out the back side, and now they'll have to filter in together and try to get through C Halls, and now the showstopper lands, and although it's 1 kill, that one in my eyes, Hell Monkey Man, was effective, because you're able to take out yet another crucial member here at a time where you need to push back onto site, and it was perfectly executed. But it's all going to be spoiled by the hands of Majestic with the 3K. And now at the tail end of this one, they can at least say that they'll walk into the defensive half dead even.
It just shows so much how Clove's kit cannot be just underestimated because of the not dead yet. Put in the right hands, especially in Majestics, it's a 6-man army coming at you. You have the initial 5, and then you have just a second chance for them to be able to kind of relive and come back from it. And you're not dependent like a KO would be for a revival or from a Sage having to pick up a buddy. So that Clove is here for a reason, and in so many metas because of the aggression and because of the impact it can play. And Pugstars, I mean, it was a 2-ult entry in trade for an ult that was trying to be able to land, and it got rid of the auditioning Rays, but Malicious were able to simply hold on, and they're doing it from one of their biggest and baddest key players. Now, can the Pugstars take advantage of their attack? This double initiator concept out of the Fade and out of your Breach has to find massive value.
Trying to find the value through the B side. I think what they're trying to do is get the defense to collapse, and then perhaps second guess which direction they're going to go, but it's going to be C. It's clearly C. The Rays will stay put, but still you see Malicious able to try to hop there as well. But the full commit hasn't been there. And the Ruse holding them off at that angle will now try to inch them towards A. So you see the intuition of the auditioning Rays to kind of circle around if you're Malicious. But it's all just, you know, a matter of where you want to hit it at this point. Right now, little Pugstars. Started B, inch C. Starting to rotate back around, maybe to spread out Malicious yet again. It's always a good strategy here, especially when you have Lotus in the street, 3 sites here to really just try to spread out the defense as a whole, so that way you can hit it all at once with your pistol rounds here on the attack, and that's what they're going to do here on this B site here, Hell Monkey Man.
Yeah, they're trying to also see how much of this util they can bait out. Well, Alvin Boy, they're going to lose their life immediately as Ron is able to spin around the corner, and they do so again in combination with Majestic. Only 10 seconds to go, separated from Spike. You gotta take these fights. There's no reason to save off of a pistol. Winter Soldier, they're able to find one, and even with a ton of bodies in front of them, auditioning Rays is able to take down the 2 remaining. Good cleanup here by Malicious. I don't mind the idea of checking every corner, getting an idea of every lane, but eventually you have to execute. When they went back to what they started from, everyone on the side of Malicious was ready.
Yeah, at that point in time, they've been saying, we've been playing too many games here. Once you make a decision, we're going to go ahead and collapse and just absolutely destroy. And that's what they're able to do. Malicious able to take a pistol round yet again after dropping the first one that they have all day long. Are able to get that back and gain some momentum here for the second half. And now, granted, Pug Stars here, they have the advantage hopping onto the attack side, but now that's almost been, I wouldn't say nullified, but it has been made a little bit more difficult here as Malicious able to win that pistol rounds. But Alvin Boy getting some benefits here from the Sheriff, and see if they can get a little bit more benefits out of their positioning here as they have taken rubble. And now will probably open the door to Tree. They're hovering it right now with the spike, and right now Malicious hasn't made a full-fledged commitment after the dancing that the Pug Stars were doing in the first round that we saw of the second half. But like we saw in the last round, Hell Monkey Man, it still seems like hesitation seems to be the biggest flaw here for Little Pug Stars on this attack side, in this very short sample size that we've gotten.
Feels like they're going to definitely rush A with the way they're leaning into that tree. They're waiting for one pick, either a B pick or an A pick, and then they pivot off of that. But as soon as they hit the 30-second mark, they're going to start just really encroaching, and it feels like they're going to have to turn around that corner. So now they want to spin open this door. The spike is leaned all the way towards Tree. Auditioning Viper, you're going to be sticking with it. You see the fault line go out. You have another flash. No, they try to be able to guard against it. They're going to actually be able to upgrade a weapon, and they put out the aftershock. That was all of a distraction. WoW gets rid of Auditioning, but Majestic is holding on strong. The plant does come through. Both are going to walk in. You have another one. The pick-me-up doesn't come in either, and it becomes a 1v1. Vims, oh, and just as their health was decayed, it started climbing back up. Ron wasn't ready for the re-swing, and Pug Stars bite back.
It was such a disciplined move to swing around when they did, and Malicious with a very, very methodical retake attempt there to try to get the job done, but it was just not enough to hold off Vims, making it the biggest play of the map clearly right now. It's been a bit of a struggle for Leone and Vims, and to have one of them come up with a big play there late. Yeah, sure, they didn't really lay the groundwork there. They had a little bit of that util as well left in the tank there from that, and so able to use Flashpoint, jump on, get a kill, and now sitting here dead even again here at 7. So pistol rounds, after you lost it, you get the thrifty win, and that is such a big round one here for Little Pug Stars, because Malicious really could have had an opportunity to gain some momentum here on the defensive side, which would be a little bit more of where they struggled in the last time that we saw these two play. So Little Pug Stars, again, going to go with this slow start. After that first initial pick, again, Alvin Boy doing work early in this round.
Alvin Boy finding 2, often and good for 2, and Winter Soldier much the same. Alvin Boy is going to try and clean things up as this immediately becomes a 5v1. You have one auditioning Raze, and I think they want to quit the show. Alvin Boy trying to track him down. They're going to try and go right back to it, but it's a flawless round with a 3K for Alvin Boy, and this is a shining light right now for the Little Pug Stars. And you touched on it just a second ago. Leone, they're sitting on a Clove. That Clove as a controller wants to engage. They're 6-16, and that's just one of those things that's going to be a byproduct of having to match the pace of the rest of their squad. Not exactly what they want. Looking at Vims, I was surprised Vims was bottom of the stack. They have 7 assists. At 3 and 7, though, that means that they have died less than half of the entirety of this game. So they're keeping their utility up to be able to keep everyone weaponized on the side of Little Pug Stars. And that's really a game changer, even if you're not high on the kills side of that column.
Quite literally, because if you look at how many wins in rounds Malicious has, they have only died when Malicious has won a round. That is insane. So anytime that they've won a round, it's because they have stayed alive long enough in order to make it happen. And that is absolutely noble. Love that fact. And now the fact that Alvin Boy has been absolutely a menace ever since we said, oh, a quiet amount of crazy amount of kills. It's just like jumped on the radar in full fashion, and you love it. Now gonna blast back in with a showstopper around that corner. Does get another kill with a showstopper. Has been dynamic with the entire map, but will not be able to finish the job there as the Viper was able to swing around. Luckily, was traded out by Winter Soldier, and now Majestic though gonna cause a little bit more damage. Will pull themselves back up, and here we go again. Is it another time to shine here? As now it's Majestic chasing them out. Into spawn, needs his kill. You love the way that Vims wants to stay alive and drop down the chase. Oh my goodness, Vims not only gonna stay alive again here, but cause the death because he knew. What a 200 IQ play, knowing that Majestic was gonna fall because the timer would run out.
The greatest weakness of every Clove is their greatest strength. Oh, I can get back in this fight. And Vims is like, can you stay in this fight? Cardio is the #1 rule in the zombie apocalypse. And you can take down zombie Cloves like it just the same.
Have to, exclamation point, sorry, hashtag chill that right now. Top 5s. Oh, it's going to be a 4K. No, it's going to be Vims absolutely dashing out to avoid that was my favorite play, hands down. So can they build off that again? Vims living for yet another round. And now a 2K from them. So now here come the kills from as well. But Vims will drop. Does that mean that that's going to be them losing the round? No. In fact, this time around, they actually ended up dying in a round that they won. But you know what? At the end of the day, you get the job done again. Lil Pugstars up to 10-7 now.
You're going to have that Nightfall that's online, as well as the Rolling Thunder. That's a heck of a combo that so many teams, especially 2022 Valorant, really love the weaponize, and it rears its beautiful head. You have the Thrash as well as the Showstopper back up here for Malicious, and I mean, if there was ever a time for a timeout, it feels like it should have been either the previous or now, because right now, unless they're just kind of doing it in real time, they don't want to allow Pugstars to also reconvene and feel even more confident that they're having them run scared. They're going to try and slow things down off of a one-way from C, but it looks like they want to walk it up A, test the limits, see where the util kit of this Killjoy in fact is, and they're going to use that Nightfall. Probably a tree side bend if they really want to, but they're told to actually pocket it, not have to worry about that yet.
It's the right move. Keep it in hand. There's going to be a time. There's a time and place. Nightfall. It's the time and place for that right now. Devin, but nobody really caught in that whole threshold after the end of the day here. They will get their sound cues back. Here's the spikes being planted on this A site and back towards the Defender spawn. Oh, Thrash gonna capture one here in Winter Soldier, but he's gonna get some support back down. As now the rest are able to kind of come up and clean up in support of Winter Soldier. These boys dug deep, and it was Alvin Boy yet again in order to get the job done, free Winter Soldier from his bindings, and allow him to get the last kill as well to push Lil Pugstars up to 11-7.
Oh man, and Malicious now in a doomed economy where they either have to save or they're going to be forcing up, and it looks like it's going to be the latter to try and keep pace with what Pugstars are able to put on the table. Now they're actually going to be trying to keep some creds and just see what they can be impactful with off of playing collectively together. You see them all posted up B to C. They're expecting some of that push. They do have a showstopper. I feel like that has to come out here into this round, especially to pick up some big weapons. It depends really what they feel like they can, you know, kind of profit off of with. The Prowler does identify that they're over in boxes, so here comes a spam. The Dizzy's gonna try and protect them, but somehow they get out without getting damaged at all?
What is it about Winter Soldier where everybody comes to fight for this man?
I know.
Yet again, 2 rounds in a row, they're able to jump up just in time in order to basically distract the defense from being able to get any hits in. Now, the Viper on this side here as everybody walked by and it's gonna get behind and tucked, but wow, took them out. That's Sentinel play at its finest, able to make sure that not 3 are caught. A perfect job to stay behind and make sure that that lane was absolutely denied.
Big flash, look at this combination. Alpha Boy's able to get 2. Always good for 2, good for more. Wow finds a wallbang headshot onto Majestic, and Leone will clean up the rest. Pugstars. This is our first match to be able to see them And it may be the last one we get to see them for the day, as they are one away into round number 19 of securing their spot in the top 2 grand finals.
This has been fantastic work from Lil Pug Stars. Sometimes we just say the cliche, Hell Monkey Man, and we say, hey, you know, their util usage has been fantastic. What does that mean? But I mean, just the decision making as well has been absolutely incredible. The 200 IQ play for the Breach Vims just take off on that Clove replay, or res, if you will. Just able to get it done. And now Leone's going to maybe try to do that on his own too. But he's going to have trouble here. He needs a kill and able to get one, but auditioning the raise kind. Able to get hit 3K before he can blink. Majestic with 2, make it 3. 2 3Ks, by the way, from Malicious there in that round. Do the math, and they're able to at least pop back up and hold on to at least one more round.
You know, they'll thank him for the not dead yet. They gave some extra credits between different people. And shout out over, by the way, to Alvin Boy, as they are posting up a better than a 2.0 KD at a 30 bomb. 30 and 14 and 5 right now. On the other side of the spectrum, Twitch, or rather Vims, 6 and 9 with 14 assists, doing exactly what we were talking about for the entirety of Pug Stars, able top to bottom to keep this team very well balanced. Now, Malicious is not gone yet, not dead yet, not out of it yet. They still have a lockdown in the Viper Pit. Those are denial type ults. But Alvin Boy dropped early last time because they got caught in the middle of some paint shells, and now they're going to try and run it much more aggressively here towards A.
Yeah, you don't want to be caught in the corner. Instead, just to try to catch me right in front of your face. The door has been dropped as a link to B. Alvin Boy will gain first blood there, or at least in that instance was able to, but Majestic is just too strong with a couple more kills. And although Vims will take him out, again, he will pick himself up. And this time he's got support. It's not just him and Vims, but Vims and WoW now together. And they will push back towards B. Ron taken out in the process. They will lose Majestic as there is no fight to be had. And Viper left by themselves. Was at that B just enough to let them know that they were moving, but he was thinking they were moving C. Instead, it's going to be free range here for Vims. And WoW to just hop onto site here at A. Has been planted. And I think it's far enough away. It's literally across the map where, you know, this Viper didn't hear it at first.
Yeah. I think they didn't have any sort of clue. I also just saw in the chat, bro, Amazon primed a Cypher ult. Got it with what the same day shipping. Trying to deliver it as fast as they can. They're going to use that Viper ult, see what they can be able to get to. They're going to be able to at least cover for a second, but the aftershock, they have to bait it early. They know that they're just beyond over in tree, and now it's about the spam. Can they be able to keep it up? They have it on the fault line. They're going to walk it in. They have it to half. You got to keep it going. Can you be able to complete it right here? Can they clutch it up? Malicious stays alive.
The ice cold Sprite clutch happens in the most clutch of moments. When you need ice in your veins. When you need the coldest-ist, as Sprite says. You get it done. And Malicious stays alive. 12-9 now. And that being said, Lil Pug Stars still with rifles and extra creds. Not entirely a ton of creds left, but they'll still have multiple opportunities to close out. But Malicious, I mean, it's one step at a time, one round at a time. So far, so good. And they're going to be able to continue to buy as long as they don't have Alvin Boy taking first blood every 5 seconds.
Low Pug Stars are just going to say they lost the round so they can get Alvin Boy up to 40. Leone got rid of 2 of our 3 auditionings, and now look at the drag that you actually have. You have your Cypher way back, waiting for anyone that wants to try and do some flanking. And your Viper, who was able to clutch up just a second ago, falls to an Odin. What was a heroic moment might be all for naught. A lockdown's gonna get employed here from heaven, but that only forces them as far as tree. It's not exactly the most dangerous position, especially off this re-engage. Alvin Boy's gonna play as bait. They're gonna see where they're gonna be coming down from. They're here on that drop, and then they're protected by everything. Pug Stars, 13-9. Malicious will fall to the lower side of the bracket. Pug Stars go to the grand final.
And rightfully so. Again, they were just a little bit better in these clutch situations, the small moments that matter the most, they were able to get so much value. We talked about how Vims, again, 8 and 10 is what they finished in KD. Added an extra 16 assists because they were able to stay alive. I mean, there wasn't a time where they were dead. They just continued to be around, and when you do that, you're able to add so much more value because you're just on the map longer.
Yeah, just being a nuisance, which is one of my favorite describers for some of the best players. Big outlaw kills, as it was Winter Soldiers that was always finding crispy first engagements. Auditioning on this Raze, trying to do the exact same thing. Majestic with a pseudo ace all their own. And some of these clutches turned into a massive momentum boost, and a 6-6 first half just allow the Pug Stars to really take advantage of their attacking half in the next.
And they certainly did. The final, straw came after Malicious, were keeping themselves in it. I believe if Malicious is able to fight through the lower side, which we know they're more than capable of doing so, especially after the way they're able to handle Spin Avengers, who will also be on the other matchup on the lower semifinals match when we get there. They have a very good shot because I don't think there's anybody that's as good as they are on the bottom side of this bracket, so they can very well be able to push their way through. So we'll have to keep eyes on that. In fact, we'll get you a bracket update on the other side of this break, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Sprite Chill Radiant Rumble. Welcome back to the Sprite Chill Radiant Rumble. We go to the bottom side this time around, Hell Monkey Man. We got to see a lot of the top teams perform, and we'll see again a top team. That #1 team, the Spin Avengers, down on the lower side after being knocked down there by Malicious, who now have earned themselves a spot, well, in the lower finals. So it could be a rematch if we see this team, Spin Avengers, but they got to get through a couple of rounds first, and it begins here against Team Chill.
Yeah, this is a fight to get to the lower semifinals, which will be our first on the docket tomorrow for day 2 of our awesome Sprite Chill Radiant Rumble. And on one side, you're going to have the Spin Avengers. You've seen them before. You're going to see them again. It looks like they're going for the exact same concept. Bobstar onto the Fade, Dami onto that Omen. And, of course, you got the Wombo combo of Mookie and Komi onto their duelists with Rascal chilling on the Cypher. Key opposite of that, this is a full, I believe you said that this was kind of a freelance team put together. This is not a pre-composed team. This is individual players that came together for the team of Chill. So one of 3 teams that are all kind of representing the Sprite Chill flavors going into this tournament as individual players put together.
That's correct. Yeah, Chill coming in, and that's obviously in your mind immediately disadvantage until you see the skill level that comes across from some of these teams, and that tree showed you that capability there. But was dropped by Dami here momentarily after. Spin Avengers take no time. They were very methodical on how they chose to attack. The last time we saw them at this exact map, but this time around, no hesitation on the pistol rounds, as they're going to be able to take this by storm. It'll be Foncho, the only one left here. The Avengers did not. They won 1 pistol round the last time around, and they've already won 1 this map, as they'll take the early 1-0 advantage.
I think that we also have the kind of a mix-up of different styles that we've seen between now our 3rd Lotus
in a row.
By the way, in a row. It's becoming the Ascent of today, which, you know, I don't mind an Ascent, but you actually have the Breach that has to work more on that global scale in the hands of Powered, but Zeroed is in with that Gecko as well. So the double initiator can really kind of redefine this map, especially whenever they go into the attacking half, but you have to be very careful about what the Avengers are going to do here early on. Rascal is going to be kind of their anchor. It looks like they're going to be running into B to try and take advantage of the difference of Arsenal. 4 sitting on A, and they're going to be going for this plan.
Yeah, they sure are. All right on BA, which is not anything that we've seen today, because these are the B side, very, very vulnerable, and that tree is staring down Bobstar. Komi stared them right back in the eyes and put a stinger bullet right in between them. Now the defense, ironically here, gonna try the retake from the attacker's spawn, but Komi had other idea. Angela tried to at least deny it momentarily, but that was only temporary here. His power now. Foncho pulls out the Bucky, or the Judge rather, already? That's Mookie with it. Shotgun battle ensues nonetheless there at B site, but Spin Avengers will walk away with yet another round 1 here, as Power will not have enough time. Here will die with the spike, and a 2-0 advantage here for Spin Avengers.
Judge in on one side, Bucky on the other, and I'm just wondering, where's the shorty? No shorty love. That's fine.
Where's the operator in the phase, if you remember that from earlier?
I mean, well, we don't have a chamber, and it's round 2.
Tour de Force. Yeah, you're right.
You know, look, I said to everyone that there's some things that can become a shotgun. Everything's a shotgun, depending on how close you are to your target, except for a Spectre. Those things that will just disappoint you at every turn. We go to round number 3. Chill does not assumed to disappoint me, but they will be the Avengers will be testing B again, and they're doing it because they're going to utilize Mookie in the best way possible, hitting that fast lane and then putting a Judge in their hands as the fastest agent in the game. They end up stunning their own teammate.
Yep, they did. Boombot trying to take some of the life of Mookie, but it was not to be. Here's the Judge just waiting for them to kind of storm through. You already saw 2 types of util try to break through B. They actually handled that pretty well. That's until they ran into Rascal and what he's been able to accomplish. Remember, he was top fragging the last time we saw this team and was able to get a couple of kills there to deter Chill from at least that B side push. But now Rascal will live within his own cyber cage. now tries to jump in for more distraction. It'll be Dami on the other side of things with the 2-piece on the other side of it, and Spin Avengers will march to 3-0.
In your mindset, how do you deal with kind of going in as a team of just lone wolves, of not a predefined team, kind of like what Spin Avengers is, and how to just kind of play it out? Because it feels like obviously you play into games just to enjoy it, but also to be kind of heated and competitive. But trying what you can into these types of rumbles and showcases and everything, it feels like Chill being able to get to this mark is kind of a big accomplishment. But this is that highest hill to climb, especially as this #1 seed. You have to be prepared for stuff like this.
I agree. And you had a few matches under your belt now that maybe establish a little bit of that chemistry, but it does not match the level of chemistry that you see in front of your eyes right there with Komi. So I 100% agree there. The thing is, you know, this Spin Avengers team has been around relatively a while, I'd say a few months, and every team starts from a place, right? So if you're looking for a team, maybe you won't bond as much right off the rip, but now with a couple of matches under your belt, perhaps you can at least catch some by surprise. But the way this is heading, Hell Monkey Man, it's not convincing me that this is going to be the case.
It's the first 4, so we get to see maybe if some of that turns, but no, I definitely agree. It's tough to be able to get all that momentum right off the rip. Dami has actually not died yet, and Komi Bomi has been good for a kill every single round, maybe even more. So Spin Avengers just kind of enforcing their will, came in with big expectations. They're living up to them by their own. You have the Blade Storm hitting, looking for a third, trying to be able to do the same thing. They throw out as many as they can over to Secret. They see 2 targets, and they're going to pre-fire into them. The single tap clicks. Going to do the same thing with the Sheriff, not to be done. And now it's going to be Foncho that wants some extra intel as I see them over on, well, side C.
From the shadows, I'll join my friends and circulate Chill, the remaining 2 members, and dive in accordingly. But Dami got a little aggressive there. It was very much an open space by stairs, but it won't matter nonetheless. They were still distracted. They thought everybody might be on site there. They were wrong. They were pinched from the backside, and Spin Avengers now marching up to 5-0. And I mean, credit this Chill team who's going to take a timeout off the bat. Even though you're a random team, you're still at least willing to talk things out here.
Yeah, and this is also, even if there's not a lot of like overall communication that structurally is going to be helpful, you can also just kind of chill and chat and also give yourself a moment to just relax. Because if I ever had something like this, well, first off, I think it would get abused in ranked. But if you had something like this, to be able to just kind of give yourself a moment to kind of recede into your chair, stretch your neck, and then go back into the game, it really does allow for a change of the game, the energy go into it. But Spin Avengers 5-0 right now, and I think there's, you know, massive shrugging shoulders, like, yeah, you know, they should be doing this well.
Yeah, this is no doubt. And I would go as far as to say that the 13-9 against the Avengers there was a mistake that might have been kind of lingering in their minds after they marched up to that 9, I think it was 9-10 mark whenever we saw them against Malicious. So sometimes you catch some momentum, and I think Malicious did to send Spin Avengers here, but I think Spin Avengers, like you mentioned, they're doing exactly what they need to do. And Dami finally dropped in that last round, was perfect until then. And everybody else has been just playing the roles that they need to. It's been nothing crazy, nothing special, nothing flashy until now. Mookie and Komi gonna combine for a couple there. Komi already have the knives and might have him back pretty quickly, especially if he's landing shots like that.
Oh, Foncho counting their lucky stars, because Mookie is doing exactly on their Neon what I thought they would have done in the entirety of that previous Malicious game. They are absolutely wrecking house, and they're doing it at pace. The Grasp is able to get one. That Tree is able to find another, and Komi Bomi finishes them off with that 3K. Spin Avengers at that 6 mark halfway through the first half.
And now the knives will be back very quickly. Well, they got 5 out of 8 still, but it's still 4 other ults to come out. Bobstar hasn't even had to even think about using the Nightfall to get on, because they just haven't had any issues. They haven't had any struggles. If I were Team Chill, I would be trying to take maybe some risks here. Try to catch a Spin Avengers team by surprise, because right now, the way that you've been lined up a little bit more passive, they've been able to just find it, snuff it out, and be able to just march on to Sight by storm. And this is one of the biggest reasons why, yet again, they're kicking off with 3 kills within the first 10 seconds.
Oh man, it's in the first 5 seconds. Finally taking a few extra risks. They put them right outside of Secret. It becomes a 4v1 immediately. Fancho off of that paranoia does some extra damage. Fancho doesn't recognize that someone's right above them and they're about to get knifed. Oh, they were able to see them just behind. Gummy Bomy doesn't get the clip, but Rascal cleans them up.
You know what? I gotta give it up for Fancho. He's been outstanding in the last couple of rounds and did not get knifed. He will not stand for that. No, he will not. And still, since it's 7-7, at least being able to give a little bit of life, a little bit of positivity where it needs to be, and hasn't been quite yet for Team Chill. And hopefully he's able to make something of it. And you're kind of wanting to get excited for Chill at this point. You know, let's at least get around here and see if we can't make it as close. Also, they have 4 ultimates, except for the fact that so does Spin Avengers, because they've gotten so many dang kills here that has been absolutely wild. They're just going to go ahead and try to march in again. Overdrive, everything. Nightfall also out. I think I saw Blades there as well. I'm not sure. It's all happening so fast. Oh, but the defense able to hold strong there as Angel got that last kill off the showstopper. And Tommy now is going to just take a breather here, as they can't just walk onto the side as easily as they thought, at least not this time around with all the chaos happening.
The biggest disadvantage of playing aggressive is that as soon as you end up kind of losing sight lines of where the rest of your team is, well, then you're going to get taken advantage of. And I think Dami was sighted just a little bit. They're going to spin the door open. As their teammate is now gone, they're going to try and TP, walk this one away, and actually maintain and retain their ultimate for later. Weird TPs. Oh, that's smart.
Yep.
Get rid of the operator. Don't let it fall into enemy hands and maybe get just caught from behind, but there's nothing really for them to pick up.
Yeah, look at them storm over. They're gonna be like, wait a minute, where did that go? It's off the map, boys and girls. Wise choice here. Did I not promise excellence here? You know, some people are like, hey, Barrelite, yeah, you're saying, oh, not only is it the best high schoolers, it might be the best, you know, plays that you've ever seen. We've seen so many 200 IQ plays. You got to give it up for these kids. I mean, they are not only talented, they're brilliant as far as what they wanted to do. So, making sure they did not lose the operator. In fact, they're going to buy it right back and say, hop on the Odin. Yeah, at the 7-1 mark, we're going to see a whole lot of cheese here.
Extra cheese. I need some. I need to grow cheese right now. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Dinner's going to be popping off
been
in my house.
5 hours straight.
You also,
you know.
Got 2 duelists over on C as they test out from Mound, but they see there's way too much Cypher equipment to have to deal with. So they're actually just Komi Bomi and Mookie running around like it's some kind of speed run. Game's done quick style. And so again, A seems to be the thoroughfare. The paranoia is going to come out just in case anyone's intrigued. Guess what? No one is. The spike will eventually get planted. They actually have Rascal deep up into A. And now Dami's actually just going to hang on to this operator to see if anyone comes out. They actually don't even have extra issues with it because their teammates are already up in the stairs. So just get to chill on site.
Aftershock trying to push them further back.
Oh.
And actually will catch Rascal with the Thrash. So Power will be the beneficiary of that sequence. And now the Rolling Thunder is going to chase Dami back here with the operator. No way to get around it this time. And they will be able to pick up that operator this time around. There's an Odin if they want it as well. But they're able to just hold off. So Chill kind of taking advantage of Spin Avengers, thinking that they can march on and just not have to focus in this one. Chill said, no, we're too talented. We may not have the chemistry that you guys do, but we do have the talent level. So if you're going to sleep and snooze, we're going to take rounds before you know it.
Yeah, this to everyone's kind of chagrin. This is not at all a lesser off team in terms of individual skill. They do bring that kind of talent to any kind of program. It's just a matter of chemistry and being able to build up to it. There's actually a couple of transfer students that are on this squad, to include Fancho, who's looking for a different program to go to on the side of Chill. So like being able to see kind of the versatility. You have a couple seniors as well, as that tree is one of them, but Mookie's going to try and lead the charge, helping out Komi Bomi, but Power will take them down. Rascal in opposite is able to go and get Gecko, and that's on the other side of things. So they're just going to simplify the entire effort by making it a one-site venture.
Threw that thing into high gear and chased one of them down. And now, not only will they get the last kill and confirm the round win after Bobstar takes out Foncho, but also got the spike planted for even more creds, as if that was a problem in the first place. It was not. They will be chilling pretty much the entire way here as Comey will march up to 14-9 through these rounds, 8-2. Well, you said it best, though. I mean, chill here. 8-4 is not, first of all, not out of the realms of possibilities, and secondly, is not the end of the world here at Lotus.
No, yeah, we already saw an 8-4 earlier that turned the right. I guess the disadvantaged team became the one that was able to take the dub. So, seen too many of those to not think it a possibility. Mookie's going to check every single corner before they think that anything is free. In fact, they may consider themselves sharing a box with the enemy, but that tree is now deep up into that turn. Rascal's just going to march. They have no idea that someone's literally right next to them. That's actually why they couldn't progress, because someone was chilling. The Omen was on their shoulder. They're like, wait a minute, why? I should be able to move. They just could not.
Still waiting for them to hop out, and Rascal just tucked himself into that corner where nobody would expect, but you got to check your corners in that instance. Especially when you know Rascal was there. I mean, he was spamming through the smoke, everything. So, unfortunate mistake there. But Rascal is known to force the hands of others. Very well-established IGL, but you see what's happening here as the spike will be pointed on A.
So smart. Operators keeping all their attention and right in the back line. Rascal's able to find them, and just as they thought, he used the neural theft that obviously they're very well acquainted with as their own cipher, but to their own deception. It looked like they were running away. Everyone then ignored it, and they went right back to heaven to track them down on the flank.
Well executed. And Spin Avengers well on their way to the lower semifinals, where they'll face the winner of Hebron in high school and Gorillas in the Mist. Should this continue, don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but they are marching forward nonetheless. And still waiting in the lower finals. At that point would be Malicious on the top side of the grand finals. Like we saw, Little Pug Stars were able to make their way to the grand finals on the top side, which is still, like we mentioned, also guaranteed themselves a piece of the prize pool too, so they're in prime spot here. Okami tried an initial shot there with the Marshall a couple of times, but wasn't able to land the first two. And one member of Spin Avengers has fallen. Chill has taken first blood, and Spin Avengers has taken the spike, and will try to relocate it towards the C site for plant. But they're going to run into a whole lot of util and a whole lot of that tree as well. But the Nightfall will kick that off, at least be able to deafen them. Anybody who would be on this C site, which would be that Cypher. Now we'll try to chase them off the back door. Domi trying to get there. That tree able to spam through and get one with the Odin. But Rascal was there to answer back pretty quickly. 2v2 situation develops. Comey is left with not a whole lot of HP, but that has some support from Bobstar, and tree will fall. The last member will be Angel. They do take out one, and they will take out the Showstopper as well. Bobstar does not want to show their hand here at this point, does not want to give them any opportunity of knowing where it is, but he does get the kill, but it's too late. It's after Bombstar gets the kill. Perfect patience, perfect timing from Bobstar. Actually, he was a little bit early, but he still got the kill before the Showstopper was able to take his life. Spin Adventures now marching up to 10-2.
That's so rough, because you have the ability to just get that pick, and then it took all of one extra millisecond peak for Spin Avengers to get that one instead. And so, oh man, Bobstar coming up huge on the other end of that to get themselves to double digits, but Spin Avengers obviously in a 10-2 situation. Chill is going to try their hand at doing the same thing. Now, the good news is that this is not uncharted territory, as I've seen even at the VCT level, a 10-2 go absolutely awry on Lotus. The bad news, this is not VCT, so Spin Avengers are pretty darn good. Let's see how this defense stacks up. Can Chill be able to get something back?
Yeah, if anything, Spin Avengers is trying to push their way to VCT, and then leaves no room for Chill. Angel now with the ping shells, even still through the smoke. Doesn't matter. There's Dami, and a sheriff to the face, to the noggin. That tree will respond by taking Mookie's life, but Rascal will do the same to tree. Dami waits for them to pop through, but a quick swing there from Foncho. Love it popping out of here aggressively on the pistol rounds, but look at Rascal. 1-2 punch. That was incredible work. And just showing off their skills in these mono-e-mono situations on the pistol round. 11-2 now, Spin Avengers.
That's, at minimum, what we call the wide swing by Foncho.
Yeah.
And some even call it the Corvette swing. Some even the Lambo. It depends on how you drift. But Spin Avengers, headed by both Rascal as well as Komi Bomi, everyone living large and in charge right now for the Avengers as they want to be able to get themselves into that winners finals. The semis, not quite inevitable, but just nearly the same. Chill is going to have to buy up, force up. They're going to be going into some stingers. See if they can take them by surprise. I'm pretty sure the Avengers know exactly what they're going to be putting up.
They sure do. Rascal wasn't able to get that tag. They do know Chill is sneaking up onto mountains. Full-fledged collapse. I want to point that out. Spin Avengers hasn't been doing that throughout the course of the day in this sense. When you see Chill, you gotta know the three agents want to kind of team up together. They've all purchased stingers, and they're all put into good use as they march forward. And Dami wants to pause the march, wants to pause the parade that wants to go through mounds as he will pick up his third there, but that Trey will do the rest and is able to kind of survive the battle of mounds in order to at least keep them into a place where they're able to say they have a chance. 11-3 now. 3 on the board for Chill.
Trying to do a little bit too much too often to not having enough info to really act on it there. But you make one bad teleport and eventually even a tree can take advantage of you. So 11-3. Can Chill be able, especially off of that previous buy, to take advantage? You have a Vandal, Guardian, Bulldog, Oh My. And the Avengers doing exactly what they've done now for the last few rounds and just kind of hard push up into A. Zero gets rid of Rascal. That means the main anchor is gone. You see him just death sliding up into a tripwire. And this is not free entry and leaves only 2 Avengers behind as the plant will go towards C.
And not a whole lot of weaponry in the hands of Spin Avengers. But Chill perhaps will walk away with their 4th here in this eco. Bobstar wanted to at least take Foncho out for good measure, leaving just Bobstar and a Dream. That, granted, he is an all-star. And you see the rifle on the ground too, which means that they're probably going to challenge this. Wasn't able to catch much. Angel able to take them out as well. The rising freshman coming in. Angel able to put in some work here. Grad of 2028, so getting the reps in early. It's never too early to look for college, Hill Monkey Man.
Yeah, it never is. I mean, I know that my mom wanted me to put in a bunch of scholarship opportunities, and I was like, but I am lazy. And look what that got me. Apparently a successful job. I don't know. Maybe I'm not a great anecdote for that. But shout out to Angel. They are actually one of only 2 freshmen that are participating in this Sprite Chill Radiant Rumble. So getting some of that good competitive experience amongst the entirety of this tournament to really add to the repertoire of just overall, hey, I can play with some of the big boys, especially some of the big talents out there.
4 on the board. 4 Chill. Does it pause here? Angel wants to think differently. Also, 0 has really stood out to me in my eyes. The Gecko work has been outstanding, but also still have the first picks that they've been able to kind of get off of it. And Angels has been stepping up as of late. Angel a little bit quieter in the early stages, but has since then kind of formulated how they've wanted to play against all of these Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars from 2023. I mean, that is a tall task as a young player. They've been handling it just well until you drop to the knife in the worst opportunity there. Just poor timing. Unfortunate there. Now Red Even's grounded too, and Rascal wants to be able to find all the rest of these members here a perfect time to be utilizing this. But Dami, they've realized that they're out the back door. They're going to try to go all the way to C. So now you've got a team up here, Spin Avengers, to try to roll through and try to get this retake.
Honestly, that's very smart. Don't play so close quarter to B site, but also they're leaving leaving room some ideas for difference. They actually use wingman. They are planting B, but they played to double engage from that defense side. So Dami now left in a puzzle. What are they gonna do as they try to get around both of these positions? They actually are quartered up together. They throw out the fault line. Now they actually throw out the ultimate. Where do they get caught to? But they don't know where they TP to. They know they're somewhere on site, and they're able to get him down.
Well played, executed, because Dami did everything they could to get out of it, and it was brilliant work on both ends, to be honest. For Dami to get out in the first place and get to dark cover was impressive, but they were able to chase him down in time. Zeroed has very much impressed me. Just the timer that's been in his head has been fantastic. Again, we saw a prime example of that, and now Chill have 3 rounds in a row. They've got Fonchio popping off. Suddenly, Angel and Zeroed have joined the fray as well to really give them a run for their money. And Spin Avengers, sure, they're still just 2 rounds away. I fully anticipate they get there, but you have to give credit to this Chill team for coming together as a free agent team and being able to string together round after round here. The paranoia here, Angel still doesn't matter. Got a kill out of it. Oh, the overall picture will matter because they are going to be struggling here numbers-wise. A perfect paranoia was able to tear through. Angel got 1 out of it. That was about it. And now Spin Avengers. Now, surely, Hail Monkey Man, this will be the round that they get to map point.
I mean, we've been here before, and 1v3s have happened, but it's also been completely different kinds of squads. Let's see how that tree can come up huge. Will they be able to really find good engagement here? Double stacked. Oh, one. This is maybe a triple, and it will be. Frosty and Chill as they are. Against their opposites, Cypher. And now we finally go into match point here for this best of 1 lower quarter final. See who's going to be, bucking around versus either Hebron High School or the Gorillas from that other quarter into the semis tomorrow.
I wonder if the kill animation was put just in place for Sprite Chill. You saw the frozen aftermath?
I think so. That's actually how big of influence Sprite has. So,
I mean, it's true.
Yeah. It influences my taste buds. In fact, that's why I'm sad I don't have one. Well, I have one. I had one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, could be one more round before we're heading to our local convenience store to pick up some Sprite Chill. Either regular or 0 sugar available. But 3 ults available here for Team Chill, as they've got Neural Theft. You see from the shadows already being used here to jump back towards where a flank could be, I suppose, wanting to make sure they have full control of B whenever they do get the plant down, but they're still trying to get it done in the first place. Showstopper was able to take out Dami, who's been so much that member of the kill. Comey missed that shot. Now hops back out. We'll have the rifle in hand, though. Knives pulled. Now 1 member left. Couldn't land the kills on the knives, but still a 1v2 situation. Bombstar wanted to get that final kill, wanted to be the heroics, but Foncho's actually spamming through. And now a chance Rascal trying to get this 1v1 situation to get this one. And now it's Foncho with the 4K, and he's got the ice-cold Sprite clutch to keep Chill alive.
That is wild. The coldest S that you could be is Foncho, keeping the dream, even on life support, alive here for Team Chill, as they just held their nerve, held angle and their ground, and didn't re-engage too inadvertently. Deep Rascal, who retreated back to the plant to start on the defuse and maybe even get it to half, but instead Foncho with fantastic overall just kind of strafing position, able to take on a 1v2 and win. So good job by Chill as they are able to stick it out, but they've got 6 more to make me a believer. The Spin Avengers, they're going to try and hold their ground as well here on this defensive half as we round out into round number 19.
Putting players that are very talented, putting their backs against the wall, always creates the most crazy of moments. Luckily for Comey, he had Mookie behind him with overdrive in order to trade out that kill. Otherwise, you're speaking another problem. The Boombot would have taken out Rascal anyways, but Zero made sure to do that with the Bulldog. Now Mookie from the distance. Another overdrive kill will have even more in the tank in order to challenge it again. Angel took out Dami, though. Go for Smoothie to second guess himself. That took a lot of the health away from Zero, and he tried to spam through, assuming they're going to try to walk through steps, but instead, down the steps. Maybe Foncho still wants to play high. Good verticality that allows Angel. All the distraction will work, and so Angel does get that kill. Now on the E site, 3 of them stacked. Chill have the spike planted and just left for Bobstar. But is an ice-cold Sprite clutch in store for us. Try to turn and find Foncho right in the same place. And Foncho was able to take out Bobstar. Chill inching their way back into this.
Foncho told Bobstar to chill out after seeing their teammate fall. 5 away now is Team Chill. You're going to have your Neural Thefts online on either side. And it felt like, obviously, into that eco, that Spin Avengers were hinging on how much damage they can do off of the overdrive. And you're able to find at least a couple of big picks there by Mookie. But otherwise, it wasn't the setup play that they wanted. They had 3 stacked onto A, and then the pivot over towards C was what really paid dividends for Chill. So, can we continue to see this affluency? They're going to take some space, both on C and B. That spike is in a dangerous position. They got to take advantage of it. Bob Stark finds one. Rascal will fall. The attack of Chill is starting to strike.
Yeah, now they're swinging towards A. They need to look behind them. They do. Power did a great job to stay behind and gain an extra kill and be able to knock them off. And in this moment, where do you need to get it? A Thrifty to lose would have been heartbreaking, but you got the job done. Now you can say it. I was pretty confident, but when power lays you on your back there towards the end, there you can safely say it. So after that safe round coming out, Spin Avengers will have the rifles back in their hands. Now they cannot play around. They need to get this round win. Otherwise, they are really going to be hurting for funds, and Chill will make it a whole different round. This round is pivotal.
2 sets of 3-round streaks. I'm a believer at 12-10. But the Chill has, this is one of their final measuring sticks. They have this one, and then in 2 rounds from now, depending on how they handle some of these ecos, they have to be able to take out a big dub. One-way setup just outside Mounty, as you have 3 players as well here for the Spin Avengers on C. Tree gets rid of Komi Bomi. That's already a fantastic first pick for B, and they know that some initial pressure is there, and they know that Chill is not actually afraid of going to plant on B either. Mookie is just in the middle of World War II out there as they have to just run away from everything being thrown at them, and it looks like that we're going to commit over onto C.
Avengers were the ones to win the battle at Mound last time around, and Bobstar wants to kick it off in that same vein. Power will land Mookie, and will land Domi. 2, Foncho to follow up as well. And guess what, Hill Monkey Man? Oh, I'll hold that thought. But look as the heals come in as well. As Chill able to get some of that health back. I think it was a part of that decay. But either way, Angel will get that last kill to secure it. 12-9, Hill Monkey Man. 1 away from getting back to your measuring stick, the final measuring stick. And I think that's why Spin Avengers says, hey, we should probably talk about this.
Yeah, this is now either scared out or simply obligated the timeout from Spin Avengers, because it's all fun and games until the meme dies. And at 4 rounds in a row, they've taken 7 of the 9 that have been played on this attacking half in favor of Chill. Spin Avengers are going to talk it out. They're going to plan out into this eco round, because they've been able to find some great thrifties at times, but that obviously they don't have any big ultimates to really work off of. Nothing is going to come online that's going to be at least lethal. You're going to have some intel, maybe if Dami is able to get a pick, and otherwise you have the Neural Theft. Otherwise, everything else is up for grabs. Chill has a chance, as long as they don't let Visions of Grandeur get in front of them, to really take advantage. And round 23 is the biggest one, because if they survive against this would-be thrifty, then they will have their final rifle round of the first half.
That timeout might be as simple as just forcing extra time from Chill's momentum and then making them think again. Because the more reactionary that Chill is played, the smarter they played somehow. You know, the less time you think about it, the more you actually make decisions that make sense to some degree. You're not overthinking anything, and maybe Spin Avengers wants him to get back in that mindset. But it doesn't change the fact that Spin Avengers wants to be incredibly aggressive. I don't blame them, especially when they are on this save round. As Mookie will fall because of it, though. And the Neon chase down that I see so much in ranked at my low elo did not work here either.
Ooh. Protecting that rifle, though. Look at this. Already, they're sending one out, and that one was very dangerous. Foncho's actually giving them a chance for 2 rifles, and that's why he's going to back up, put that dark cover down. They're going to aim for 2 escape.
Foncho. Through the cyber KG spams. They've got this locked down to a T. Rascal with the sheriff. Still taking rifles out of their hands. The eco, though, is so strong from Shield, it doesn't matter. Oh. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Now you got weapons. Now Rascal's got a 3K. Now he has an opportunity in this 1v1 situation that distracts everybody. And now, although the attackers get away with this one, Chill marches to 10 and 12 now. Still, at the end of the day, Hell Monkey Man, they reached that 10-round mark, and now it's a rifle round. This is legitimately either won or lost here. And I get it, when you're at that point, it's always the case. But, like, Chill, if they get this win, my goodness, what it could do.
The biggest turning point of that as well, they picked up a rifle. And there's going to be at least 1,000 creds in the back pocket of one person and 1,600 in the other. That means that there's going to be some kind of firepower walking into the last round of regulation if it is to occur. Chill, though. They have to deal with an operator.
Oh, no.
There goes Foncho.
Oh, no.
That's your playmaker. Komi Bomi may have just made this so much easier for Avengers.
There it did, absolutely. That first pick, and Foncho, not the right moment to have a mental lapse. You left yourself completely open to that sight line. Sure, it hasn't happened often, but that's exactly what you talked about, Hell Monkey Man. If you start thinking about it a little bit too much, could become an issue. And it sure is right now. Spin Avengers. They gotta close out this round, though. When you have this advantage, it doesn't mean you necessarily won, especially when Zeroed is still on here. I know Foncho has been leading the way for the most of the majority of this map. But right now, the opportunity is nigh. It's now or never for Chill. They need to push on, and with 43 seconds left in this round, they still have the opportunity to pivot B if they want to, although Dami is holding that hard off on the B side. Cyber Cage holds them all in. Mookie with the 3K now. Spin Avengers with a flawless round. They hold off the comeback from Chill, and they'll advance to the lower quarter semifinals of the Sprite Chill Radiant Rumble.
Oh, man. Angel died with their showstopper, and as soon as they lost Foncho, they lost their heads, both their cool and their ability to just kind of think forward. Rascal Komi, they were able to hold on for dear life, and it got just a little bit more scary than maybe the Avengers thought it would be. Use the timeout to full effect. They run it down inside of 23 rounds. A 13-10, a barn burner as it is, as Chill falls, but not without putting on a good showcase.
Oh, of course. Every player deserves so much credit here. And the Sprite cooldown session now begins with the replays. As Komi started off hot, it was just Spin Avengers who marched up to that 10-2 mark, but then Chill as close as they got, and it was super close as they got up to 10 rounds won, but it was, at the end of the day, Spin Avengers moving forward. The number 1 seed lives to live to play another day.
Yeah, that was a heck of a matchup, and that was one of those you know, you put together a bunch of individual players and you don't know how it's going to go. A 10-2 first half, and that really again continues to illuminate attacking half versus defensive half. For Lotus in particular is a much more dichotomous situation, but hey, Spin Avengers, they'll be moving on, and I got word from our awesome producer in the back of Blasky that Gorillas won their quarterfinal over Hebron High School, so they will be in a matchup against this squad of the Avengers. Gorillas and Avengers, I'm thinking Planet of the Apes versus everyone from Marvel. Kind of a weird mishmash combination.
Yeah. The Preacher and 9 combination there going to come in. But yeah, accurate visual of what we had here today. Also, Lotus, a very green map. I guess that's why we were on it all day long, too. Yeah, that's 100% what it was for sure. But, of course, in a relationship with Sprite Chill, well, Sprite in general, and Coca-Cola in general, we want to say a big thank you to them for helping us out at Stay Plugged In. Stay Plugged In, of course, the premier recruiting platform for college scholarships in esports. So any players looking to find collegiate opportunities to play esports in the future, to also find esports jobs in the future as well, also goes hand in hand with Stay Plugged In, where you can start your path forwards towards esports scholarships. It's a platform where you can jump on and talk to colleges one-on-one through the messaging system. So you don't have to go and find their information and then have to Discord, although you could do that if you want to based on the information you get from Stay Plugged In. We make it simple by being able allowing you to sign up at staypluggedin.com and talk to colleges here today. Hail Monkey Man, and a lot of players made name for themselves today.
Yeah, honestly, if there's anyone that you get to talk to in terms of recruitment, I know that whenever I was in high school, putting together your reel, your film, and having to send it over is so tough. You can be able to just take this VOD and you can send it over to them, like, hey, check out how I played. Do you like me? Cool. And then you'll be able to easily just communicate with them.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Speaking of the talented players and the talented teams that we had today, we're going to bring up the bracket too to see where we go, see where we are rather. Like you mentioned, it's Guerrillas marching their way forward, but the real story was Malicious. And just the fact that Majestic has found this new team of auditioners to march forward to the winners final, but they were taken out by Leone. But it wasn't even the All-Star that was doing a majority of the legwork, at least not in the match that we saw. This entire team was absolutely dynamic, and WoW's Little Pug Stars will actually be in that championship match as they advance through that winners final. So they have been doing great work, but either way, we have 3 or 4 strong teams left here in this event.
Yeah, honestly, this is becoming the I guess the Vengeance Return Tour. I don't know, something about it, because they have to get through Guerrillas, they're gonna have to get through Malicious, and they're gonna have to get through the likes of Pug Stars. That's the pathway if the Avengers are able to do it. But the Guerrillas could cause some mayhem, and we may even see finally see some repeat matches that we saw earlier in the day get played out through our final 3 matches of this bracket.
The troop is going to be trying to kind of walk through the troop of Guerrillas. We'll see if they can get the job done. But we also want to let you know about the other opportunities that we have here for you at Stay Plugged In, including merchandising options as well, because Emerge works hand in hand with Stay Plugged In order to create a custom team shop for any high schools and really any organization of any size can get on the platform and start selling merch through a customized Emerge storefront. The Emerge storefronts as well offer on-demand printing, which means you don't have to spend money up front to buy those jerseys and then be able to pass them out or have to pass them out. No, you get them on demand, so whoever orders them from your storefront, it will be shipped to them directly. It is an awesome website, but not only that, the most important part is you put money back into your program whenever sales come through with Emerge. So whenever your Emerge sales come through, 50% of booster sales come back to your program so you can use it on other cool things like a Stay Plugged In lab. Potentially. Of course, you need a cool place to compete in as well, and that's where Spin Labs comes in handy. Stay Plugged In, you just got to get in touch with the Stay Plugged In crew at staypluggedin.com and be able to have a conversation about the best and latest technology that can go into your esports room, the latest and coolest RBG lighting as well to make it just that special touch and attract students to your school as well. I know there's a lot of magnet schools out there who are looking to find some students to fill their halls and really just improve the grades of your players because, you know, the requirements necessary in order to compete in this lab. It also teaches the ability to hold scrimmages and compete within these labs. Hail Monkey Man, if you had a high school or a middle school program, having something like that is truly special.
It really is. I mean, I think, still in a high school that had a dot matrix printer for reasons. So, you know, having something like that is actually really amazing. And of course, just like Bear was actually saying, it incentivizes and motivates students to not only kind of keep their grades in order, but also to stay focused. And it's something to earn because it's not immediately given, but it's also something that keeps them with eyes on the prize to do well at what they're doing in esports, regular sports, and in school, trying to push that next academic level.
100%. Well, that'll we do want to let you know as well to get signed up for the Valorant Showcase also, and that's coming up on August 24th. So go to staypluggedin.com/events and get registered for it. Even if you're a player here and just kind of sticking around towards the end of the stream to see what we're wrapping up with, it's the best place. Honestly, it's a monthly tournament that you can join in. Plus, there's money too, $500 to use for some of those college expenses. Should you find an opportunity, add to that scholarship money that you get. Sometimes it's not a full ride, but you can make it that way by competing and winning in Stay Plugged In showcases. Hail Monkey Man, has been quite the day. Your final thoughts?
Hey, you know what? I love being able to see all of these students come out, even during the summer, being able to have an awesome Sprite Chill Ready and Rumble. You have great flavors, not just of the awesome drinks, but as well as the awesome talent that is able to showcase. And of course, Bear, I get to wear my awesome citrus shirts with you, and it's just a good time during all this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to get your Sprite Chill Cherry Lime as well from your local convenience store. I promise you're going to absolutely love it. And we love y'all, and we will see you next time, aka tomorrow, same time, 3 p.m. Eastern time. And you know what? Catch us for the pre-show too. You like us too, right? I won't speak for everyone, but I tend to like us. So 2:50 p.m., so just 10 minutes prior to, and we will see you then. Take care, guys.